Who wants to do the recap?
I can grab it, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So, last session started with the professor making his way from the pub that we've been at to try and find us, and through a series of sewers and talking to kobolds, he eventually makes it his way down to the sewers and is following all the signs that we've told him about. And he eventually links up with us, who are discovered by the goblins down in the sewers there. But Tarun puts on his most frightful face and says that we're here to see the boss. We're supposed to be here. Um, Now that got us in the door, but it maybe wasn't a great thing for us, because in that door was an ooze that inevitably killed our best friend Stillus. Things didn't get much better from them as we traveled kind of south down the sewers. There was a mind flayer and brain eaters who eventually put down Oliver. And thanks to the heroism of Tarun and the professor, they managed to not have anyone else die. And they also managed to find the long lost Flume, who is being held captive down there. And they dragged our ass out through the floor of some halfling's house, who seemed unaware that the sewers had led directly to his house, and eventually to Helm's Hall, where we could all be healed and finally take a breath. From there, we went back to the yawning portal to link up with Volo, who kind of understood the sympathy and us kind of lamenting over our friend. And in return for returning Floon and for the loss of Sistillus, of course, he said he would give us the deed to a house, because of course he could not pay. But we went to or he gave us the deed, sorry, to Troll Skull Alley. All right, sorry, I'm just checking the messages here. Um, so the other thing that he gave us that night was the paper, and it had seen that we had made the pages of the Waterdeep Gazetteer, and it had mentioned that how the Gentarum warehouse was raided. How Captain Staggett had kind of come in and saved the day, and how we were also kind of tied into this. So, um, now fast forward to the next morning, Bolo had arranged a carriage for us. We ended up paying for it to take us to Troll Skull Alley. And then it was kind of just a montage of us checking out the house and seeing it as much disrepair as it was in. It seemed to have a lot of potential, lots of fireplaces, lots of stories to it. Um, and we kind of just spent the rest of the episode looking through it. And I think that's about it. Is there anything I missed?
Nope, that pretty much covers it.
Okay.
Um, so we fade out from last episode. We get like you know how in Dragon Ball Z or one of those shows they show you like the last couple of seconds of the last episode in the new episode.
Yeah.
So we get this last couple of seconds of the last episode where Valo is hands over the keys to the place, Troll Skull Manor, and he says, let's get the carriage, and Tarun speaks up and says, no, and we fade to black on that, and we fade back in on a carriage bobbing up and down on the rainy streets of Waterdeep. It's currently sprinkling raining a little bit. It's early morning. The fog is set in over the city, but we see this carriage, and as the camera kind of goes in through the window of this carriage, kind of on the bumping up and down on the cobblestone, we see two new faces. And I'm going to start with I think I'll start with our newest player. Hexus, can you please describe what your character is looking like? What your character looks like?
Um, so Hexus has very soft, indiscriminate features, partially obscured by a hood with a long cloak on. Um, it's a dull kind of orange, and they have a spell book strapped to their side.
Okay. Any other important details? Oh, that's about it.
That's about it.
What would you be doing on this carriage ride through the city?
Um,
Just
Considering it's raining, probably not reading, which I would be doing otherwise. Just kind of sitting there, hunched over, trying to get everything relatively dry.
Okay, excellent. The camera pans around to the other side of the carriage, where we see Census. Census, describe your character, please.
Um, Census is a young half-elf man, around the age of 20, with chiseled features and lots of piercings on his face and ears. He's completely decked out in any kind of manner of jewelry you can imagine that would be on his body at any point in time. Bangles, rings, toe rings, nose piercings, ear piercings, eye piercings, everything. He's even got a tongue piercing that if you ask nicely, he'll easily show you. Um, he is in kind of a leather armor, but it's somewhat bedazzled with semi-precious metals and distinctly not precious gemstones, but things that would give it a nice flourish and look to it. He's just playing with some tinkering tools because it's too bumpy. There's nothing really to do. He's just kind of fidgeting around, waiting to get home. He kind of misses home. It's been about a year or so.
Yep. So I will. I'll get this kind of. We get this kind of voiceover kind of D&D style shit, and I will read it to you. So, after a year-long expedition deep into the heart of the forsaken Onorok Desert to excavate a ruin that had just been uncovered, the both of you have returned home to the City of Splendors. You actually spent the night last night out on the town, drinking and celebrating your success. With a minor hangover and an empty coin purse, you both find yourself in this carriage on your way to a familiar place, home. As you look out the window of this carriage, you both see a familiar road that brings back old childhood memories. A street known as Sardoon Street, Saerdoun, Sardoon Street. And in the rain, as you were bobbing up and down in this carriage, and looking at some of the old familiar buildings, at the corner of Sardoon Street and Troll Skull Alley, there is a ramshackle, condemned manor house. And both of you are quite familiar with this place. It's aptly called Troll Skull Manor. It's the alley's namesake. As you pass by, you see that this long forgotten old manor house, out in front there is a carriage. And leaving this carriage, kind of with their hands over their heads, there are a couple of figures. One of which is a short, stout man with an elegant mustache and beard. He has a gigantic floppy hat on, scarf wrapped around his neck. He presents an air of nobility, though both of you seriously doubt that he is. Behind him is a slender man with more elegant features. He has long red hair, and he wears also sort of nobility clothes, though they have been tattered and torn in some places. And he also steps out of this carriage, and following behind him is a medium average height human with short hair, brown. It's brown, right, Oliver? Your hair's brown? Yeah. Shaved on the sides. And he is dressed like some sort of medic, perhaps. Maybe a cleric, maybe. And behind him, in a dashing garment, a gray-skinned, white hair shaved on the side, covered in tattoos, with a hand-rolled cigarette, is a half-drow that also steps out of this carriage. And they all approach this ramshackle building, which is kind of strange. But, nonetheless, 3 buildings down the street from that, away from the eyesore that is Troll Skull Manor, rests a lone, darkly painted villa, with its paint peeling from the sun and a few shutters hanging loosely. You see your childhood home, the Gemini family estate. After your grandfather passed, not but 3 years ago, your grandmother, Theodosia Gemini, has let herself and the house go into disrepair. As the carriage pulls up, we get like the shot of the house, right, with the paint peeling and all that, and it turns around and we see the carriage. It stops. You've already paid, and the both of you step out, seeing your childhood home after almost a year abroad. And I open it up to you guys.
All right. As we walk up to the stoop, I'm just gonna, pat my hand on my brother. It's like, Hexy, did you see somebody bought the haunted house? I remember that time I peed myself in there when we and all the neighbor kids went in there on that dare. That was awful. I'll never forget it.
God damn
You
it.
have an overactive imagination.
We're back.
It happens. That was so embarrassing. I'm glad nobody knows that story but you and me.
I forgot to warn you, Brayden, that Neil's like really good at role playing, so get ready, buckle up.
Neil just goes in. I love it.
I hope Gran's okay. It's been too long. I was worried about her on that expedition.
Yes, the place looks a little different since last time we left.
Or it's just as homies it's always been. Come on, let's go inside.
I'll follow him in.
Yeah, so you guys open the door, and inside is the same house that you grew up in. 3 stories. You are in the main hall right now, and as the door creaks open, turning around a corner, hustling and bustling, you see a familiar face. There is a large humanoid. He is a half-orc, with his hair, as best he can, slicked back, with a couple of gray streaks going through it. He has many tusks that shoot out of his mouth, and wearing his butler attire, though it be worn and old. He also, you would know that he always keeps a dagger on his hip. You see
Likewise.
an old friend of yours, not necessarily a friend, the house butler, Bruno.
Cool.
Wonder if he's a fan of Mars.
Very nice. I will. Do you have inspiration? I take it away. No, I'm just kidding. So he turns around the corner, notices the two of you, and he says, and you guys know this guy very well. He's been around since both of you were born, basically, and he has treated you like his own children. He frequently taught both of you how to stand up for yourselves in a scrap. And he sees the both of you, and his eyes light up, and he says, "Oh, the Gemini twins! Good to see you, lads."
Ah, Bruno. It's been almost a year at this point.
0 words. I'm just gonna dive into his arms
Yeah,
and just grab and pick him up and just love him as best I
yes,
can.
yeah. He says,
Although
right,
he'll probably
that's
do most
now,
of the
that's
picking
enough.
up.
Wouldn't want the lady of the house seeing you like this. It has been some time. I expect that the expedition was successful.
Where is she, by the way?
Theodosia, by the way.
Oh, she's up in her room. Would you like me to fetch her for
Indeed
you?
it was.
Excellent.
We uncovered the lost ashes of a forgotten hero.
Or so I'm told.
He kind of scratches his chin with these big, like, sausage fingers. And he says, right, that sounds very interesting. Shall I fetch the lady for you? I bet she's dying to see you.
Just tell us where she is. We'd love to surprise her. We have gifts.
He nods, as if to say, as you wish, right? And he says, she's in the powder room upstairs.
All right. Well, I'll let Census lead the way, and as we're walking, I'll just kind of whisper, "Gifts? I was not told that we were getting gifts."
It's fine. I have one for you too. Don't worry. I always think of these things.
You always have my back.
So I'm gonna just navigate the house and quickly, as quietly as possible, as I'm going to try to sneak into the powder room and gently creak open the door.
Hexus, do you match his stealthiness?
I do.
You do? Okay. So as you both kind of quietly creak up the steps, you see on the second floor, down the hall. There's many rooms in this place. There is another familiar face, though not as much as Bruno. It is Molly Madrid. She is the housemaid. An older woman, maybe in her late 40s. But she has not been in the she's only been in the service of Lady Gemini since your grandfather died. And you know her to be very timid, but she loves to bake.
Oh, that's sweet.
And yeah. And you see her, she's dusting with a feather duster, and as she sees you kind of being stealthy, she
I'm just gonna. Foul pat her on the shoulders as we walk by. It's good to see you, Molly.
and you guys both make your way to the powder room. And you ever so slowly creak open the door. Would you like to make a stealth check?
Yes, I would.
But both of you, please make a stealth check.
Speaking of that, I'm gonna roll my portent for the day.
This reminds me of, I can't remember the game, but the stealth tutorial was like sneaking up to give your wife a flower. I love it.
Yeah. That's a Shadow of Mordor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
All
right.
Oh, we're fucking terrible.
All right. So as you go to open the door, it goes and creaks open, and facing you in a large, like, overstuffed chair, you see your grandmother, Lady Theodosia Gemini, and this is what she looks like. You know her to be. She has a great fondness for the both of you, but she's always been quite strict. Yes, it is. I just love that name. It's a good royal kind of name. but she's gotten a bit more ruthless in her old age, but she has a kind heart. She's not like an evil woman, though she is quite strict. As she sees the both of you enter, she says, "What is this? The both of you trying to sneak in, surprise me."
It was the plan, yes.
Well,
I'm just gonna rummage through my sack and extend a necklace that I have handmade for her with some of the gemstones that we found in this old dusty tomb. And I'm gonna describe it as such. This awful place had a few gems of noteworthiness that I thought you would find delicious and adorable.
she she tries to push herself up out of her chair to
Oh no,
stand.
dear. Let me bring it to you.
Okay.
And then as I do that, and with the other hand, I'm gonna pull out a small parchment that has portraits of myself and my brother who was sleeping when I got the artist to do a rendition of us. Turn around and give him a wink. You
As-
sleep a little too heavy.
As you approach her, she takes this fan that she has on like a side table, and she just whacks you across the top of the head with it.
I missed this.
And she says, "I heard from one of the ladies of one of my friends that plays bridge with me. I heard that you got back into town yesterday. You did not come to visit me."
I was not clean enough to come and grace you with my presence. I apologize.
She
I had
turns
to take one
she
night of
turns to
rest.
Hexus and looks at you intently.
Census wanted to drink. Census wanted to drink a lot.
Census did drink a lot.
She takes the fan and whaps you with it again.
I love you too.
Do not turn to alcoholism like your grandfather did.
Yes, ma'am.
Now show me this necklace. She says.
Yes, absolutely. It's just a bit of turquoise and tiger's eye, but it's been woven inside of a hand mesh chain.
She holds it in her hand and she says, "Quite beautiful, yes. This latch though needs a little bit extra work, don't you think?"
Yes, ma'am.
Turns it to
Absolutely. Thank you for your critique.
Now, and she points at her cheek. Yep. She looks at Hexus, points at her other cheek.
I walk up and I.
Yep. And she says, "Very good. I am very happy to see the both of you. I'm glad that you made it back safely. You know how reticent I was to let you go on your little adventure."
We do appreciate it.
You knew we'd be back all right with Census watching over the both of us.
She rolls her eyes and she says, "So, how long will you be back in town?"
Not sure yet.
confused.
Till adventure stirs us up again.
Adventure. As long as you stay out of trouble, I guess.
Absolutely, you know us.
She kind of folds her arms and she says, "Well, your rooms are as you left them. I've only had Molly go in there a few times to dust. Is there anything you wish to say to your old grandmother?"
What time of day is it?
It's morning.
It's morning. Have you had breakfast yet?
She nods. "I had one of Molly's meat pies."
Lovely. Just wanted to make sure you were eating. I know you skip meals occasionally.
She looks up at you with a fondness and taps your hand with her hand.
All right. Brother, do you want to get back to our rooms and go see what the maid has been cleaning? The dust pile she's been moving around for a year.
As you both kind of turn to leave, Lady Theodosia will stick up her hand and she will say, I have Molly cleaning the rugs. and Bruno will be tending to the meats. So, I would request that either the both of you or one of you do a small favor for me. Not
Anything.
now, but before day's end. Ba, 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 ba. She like very matter of factly. She says, "I need more foot ointment." Um,
Are the words
I
coming
have,
back again?
she nods. I have already had Molly request put in an order at Coralon's Crown. It's a little place down the street, in Troll Skull Alley. Once you're settled in more, just go and pick it up for me, will you?
Yes, ma'am.
You do your grandmother well. Now be off and keep out of trouble.
Absolutely. You know us.
He grunts. Okay. So, do the both of you wish to go to your rooms?
On the way there, I wanna have a stop by and just peek in on dear old mom.
Okay. She is currently sitting in the same room that she has always sat in. However, you notice that some of the furniture has been like covered with like those white like cloth drapes and stuff.
Mhm.
And she is currently sitting at this desk, and there is a blank canvas in front of her, and there is just a few, like 3 different color paints, and she's sitting there with a paintbrush in her hand, just staring at this blank canvas. And she doesn't
Um,
notice you when you peek in at her.
I just wanna kind of walk in and pull up a chair next to her and just don't say anything, just kind of sit for a second.
She turns to you and gives you this weak smile, as if she acknowledges that you're there, but her ability to express her emotion is limited, and she just says, "I wanted to paint," and that's it. Just trails off.
I just kind of shake my head and like run my hand against her back, just be like, "Well, it's good to see your face after being so long without it." And just kind of like smile at her warmly and just try and show her some appreciation, even though she's not really doing anything.
Yeah, she kind of takes your hand, and like puts it on her face, and she just looks at you, and once again puts on this smile that she tries really hard to show you that she appreciates it.
Um, I kind of start to stand up and I say, I'll send Census by as well. Uh, make sure he comes by and says hi.
She nods and takes one of the paintbrushes and dips it in the paint and just kind of holds it hovering. A droplet of paint drops down onto the canvas. She just stares at it.
I'll walk out.
Cool. Excellent. So, do the both of you wish to go to your rooms then? All right,
I'm down.
we will begin with Census. Census, where is your room and what does it look like?
I imagine that it's just immediately next to whatever room Hexus is in, and
Okay.
I suppose it's still dusty because it's only been cleaned a few times by Molly, but that was her name, right?
Molly, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Molly maid.
And I would imagine that it's more of a workshop than a room at this point. tons of different supplies for painting, sculpting, all stuff, just a whole bunch of half-created things until you get to the section that it involves in jewelry making. And there is just, you can see the most painstaking work has taken place. There's gouges in the table where I have forced some metal a little bit too hard and it's kind of let go as my hands have jarred onto the table, or there's different vials of acid. There's a small torch over on the side that's collecting dust now that I'll just touch lovingly and fondly. That's about all my room is.
Well, what are you doing in your room? Just dropping off some of your stuff, reminiscing on the old project?
Yeah, I'll probably see, even if it's the morning, I'll probably just take a quick nap.
Okay.
Nothing like a lazy morning.
You lay down on your bed and just dust.
It's just like the desert. How neat. It's like I never left.
All right, take inspiration.
Thank you.
That was good. All right, and we cut back to Hexus closing the door to your mother's room. What does your room look like?
Before I go in, I want to knock on Census's door and just kind of like shout through, be like, "Before you fall asleep again, Mother would like to see you." And then just
Okay.
walk into my room, which is just a lot of bookshelves of varying heights, just whatever I could get my hands on. The wall shared with Census's room is like padded with a little bit of extra foam because he makes a lot of noise in there. And there's a book that's just been left open on some page in the middle for the past year, and I just go over to it and I pick it up and I continue where I left off.
No problem. Another place that Hexus you were probably fond of is your late grandfather's study, as well. He also has a minor library, nothing too major, but that is another place you probably frequented. Okay, so we fade out on Hexus opening up this book, and we fade back in on our group of intrepid adventurers, the other group.
The duo.
So all of you have just managed to... Okay, so we're going to do a different... We're going to time shift a little bit. So actually, I'm going to retcon a little something. The night before, when you met at the Yawning Portal with Valo, you were all sitting around the table reminiscing on Sistolis and things like that. And
Playing a ballad to him.
yep, and you notice the whole time that Professor seems really off. After the incident with dragging Oliver's near lifeless body out of a dungeon, out of a sewer, Tarun carrying an unconscious Floon, you busted through this halfling's house. I mean, all of this, it's you can tell it's just taking this major toll on Professor. And he admits to the group of you that he feels ashamed about Sistolis's death.
Well, I mean, it's nothing to take personally. It's unfortunate, of course, but no one's fault, really.
He explains that, he couldn't protect him, even though he had all the means to do so.
That is a cross that we both bear, my friend.
Times you think you have all the right cards and you play them in the wrong order, my friend. Sometimes that breaks you.
He shakes his head and he kind of caresses his jar with this octopus in it, and he says that he's not ready. He's not ready to begin adventuring like he thought he was. This world is too different. The people are too different.
very well, but if you ever need assistance or a place to stay, you know where to find me.
Yes, of course, Troll Skull Manor is always open to you, and I suppose I understand, but it will be tough to leave a second friend today as well.
He hasn't like made eye contact with you guys at all, and he's like puts he's hanging his head and shaking it, and he says, I have to grow in strength so that I may never let a friend and an ally die like that.
Well, perhaps not goodbye, but till next time then. When you're ready, and I'll extend the hand.
Yep, he awkwardly shakes your hand because of how awkward he is. Yeah.
He gives me like the limp fish type of thing. It's
Aw.
Yep. Absolutely.
Room will give them a hug and say, very well. If you ever need help getting into a better school, I might be able to pull a few strings for you.
He tries to
Absolutely.
pull together a smile, but it doesn't work out so well for him, and he picks up his jar, bids adieu to Bonnie, and exits the yawning portal.
Stage left.
Yep. And we fade out on that, fade back in on Volothamp, saying, well, I know that you don't want to get the carriage, but perhaps we could walk to the Magister and get this settled right now.
That is a good idea. You shall head there.
Yep. And as you like open up the door, it is raining now. Actually, a little harder than it was before.
Perfect.
As you're standing in this doorway, Valo.
Want some more water-resistant makeup?
Sure. Valo kind of shuffles his feet and looks down, and he says, I have to come clean, he says.
There's a tax.
Here it comes.
There's a 25 gold property transfer fee.
Motherfucker.
He says, as you both are like, shit. He says, maybe I can get the Renair to cover it for me.
If that is what you need, we can see if we can find Renair and head there with them. It would be nice to see them again. Especially as unusual as our first meeting was.
Yeah, he nods, and both of you can see that Floon has his arms crossed, or one of his arm under his other arm, and he has a handkerchief over his face. And he says, I'm not very impressed with this place, but if you find it worthwhile. And he trails off after that.
Well, I mean, it might make a good tavern if fixed up, and I mean, if there really is some sort of ghost, that could be quite the appeal to the Red Shroud.
Yep. And as you say that, there is this blast that comes out of Tarun, your backpack, as a giant ball of ice shoots out of your backpack. All of your shit goes flying everywhere, and quick as a flash, before any of you can react, this creature about the size of a pomegranate, right?
I was gonna sell that thing.
Comes bursting out of your backpack, its mouth lulled open. 4 little eye stalks shoot out of its head, with large
one poked
singular
out.
eye. I'll show a handout real quick, but you have 0 time to react. I
can't turn it back off.
Nope. There is the handout for this creature. As it bursts out of your backpack and begins zooming down the street. faster than any of you can even catch it. And it's exactly. It's like, and it's shooting eye rays just randomly all over the place. What do you guys do?
Oh,
I would like to grab my things and head back in and be like, I'm gonna be back in a moment. Hold on.
So
Yeah,
I'm not getting in trouble for disturbing the peace. There's a fine.
are you going after it, Oliver?
yeah, I'm going to chase it as quick as
if
I
he's
can
going after it,
and
then I have to
ready
follow him.
inflict
So
wounds.
it
if
turns right down Sardoon Street, and
I'll chase him
is going way faster than any of you guys can even catch it. And as you're kind of running after it the fastest you can, Tarun, you're running after as well.
If he's good, I'm just like, oh, great. Now I have to follow. Yes, but I will throw off backpack, making sure I got this bad
Yep.
boy with me, and just look at the I forgot the second name, but Volo and
Balloon.
Balloon.
sorry, my brain when I hear Floon just thinks of the accent alone. But and Volo and Floon's like, can you please put my things back in the bag and just I'll fix the hole later and rush after.
Valo says, "What in the nine of hells is that?"
Don't worry.
As it goes flying down Sardoon Street. And Tarun and
heroes.
Oliver are in quick chase after it.
Straight up.
Yep.
I'm gonna dress.
You turn down Sardoon Street. You pass a couple of buildings, and you can see that there is this 3-story, not as ramshackle as like the Troll Skull Manor, but you know, the paint is peeling off and there's some shutters falling down. But there's a manor house, like a estate, a villa, and standing on the front stoop, trying not to get too much rain on them, is a woman in her late 40s, wearing like a maid's outfit, and she currently has a rug, and she's beating it with a broom. As the gazer flies over to her, blasting eye rays all over the place. And this eye ray shoots onto this carpet, and it completely freezes it in ice. And this woman screams, "Ah!" And she drops it, and it shatters on the ground like T-1000 style into 1,000 pieces. And she begins screaming. Hold up. Hexus. Census. Both of you are in your rooms. When you hear Molly Madrid scream bloody murder out in front of your house, what would you like to do?
Dash to the door.
Okay.
I'd like to stand up in my room and look out the window and see what's going on.
Excellent.
you
Okay,
just
so
think
you so Census goes, yeah, and there's those two characters right there. So Census goes dashing into action as Hexus peers out the window. Hexus, why don't you make me a perception check just to see what you see? But I'm gonna tell you more than, even if you get really poor, I'm gonna tell you what you see.
I'm gonna use my portent of 18 plus my perception of 3, so 21.
Oh, excellent. So let me ask you something. Okay,
Mhm.
since we're doing that, what is that like? How does that work as far as like the audience is viewing this? What does that look like?
So I hear the scream and I kind of stand up and my eyes just kind of like focus and I'm just like, this is serious. Like someone I care about is getting hurt, and just like my pupils narrow, impossibly small, and I just know that it's gonna go right.
Yep, excellent. And when you do that, you see out the window with the rain kind of falling down it. That in the front yard is Molly Madrid, the maid. She is screaming bloody murder. As there's this tiny little creature, of which I described before, hovering around and flying around her in circles, and there's these random blasts of energy coming out of its 4 little eye stalks. It's a creature unlike you have never seen, and this magical energy is just blasting all over the place. And trailing behind this creature are the 2 figures that you had seen earlier that were at the Haunted Manor, or the Troll Skull Manor, chasing after it.
You're gonna heal in a dress style.
When that happens, I'm going to do something. So first and foremost, let's pull you guys over to a map.
Yeah.
Let's move that guy a little closer. Let's throw some characters on here. So Oliver and Tarun are like over here. So there's Oliver. There's Tarun right behind. Hexus, you are inside the house, but you can see. And Census, you are also inside the house, but you haven't quite made it to the front door yet. And when that happens, so you can, so I need everybody to, I'm not sure how familiar you are with Brayden with Roll20, but you have to click on your token. I need everybody to roll initiative.
Oh, I think you dropped it for just a quick second.
You
Last
paused
word.
as you said what you have to
You
do.
have to roll initiative, please. Click on your token and roll initiative.
Okay.
Make sure you
So I
click on the
my
token first.
and then I
Yes,
click
you have to
initiative on my character sheet.
Yes.
Correct.
Perfect.
You always have to click on your token first.
Ooh,
That cam's going out.
Oh, we drop all these pamphlets. Where am I? There I am.
So Census, you are right outside the front door.
There's no way I'm avoiding a 5 for disturbance of the peace now.
God, my internet on my other computer is so slow. Okay, fuck it. We'll just do it. We'll do it live. Fuck it, we're doing it live. Woo! All right. So, this creature right now is confused and enraged, Tarun. In fact, it may be more deadly than when you faced it before.
I realized my mistake.
Yes. It is your turn. You can see it assailing this poor maid, standing outside of this house. What would you like to do?
There are people. There's probably going to be witnesses, so I better be on my best behavior. I'm going to move up 30 feet to. Hold on, let me find the right square. Yes. Here. So I'm closer to it. I'm going to look at it and say, well, you had a chance. I'm afraid I can't offer that again. Not your fault, not mine. But it's time for you to go away. And as he says that, his voice kind of echoes in these whispers that seem to surround and emanate around the creature as I cast dissonant whispers on it.
So let's talk about something. You did, however, cast servant, unseen servant earlier.
Ritually, I specified.
Okay.
So it did not cost me my slots.
Absolutely. It did, however, get a 17. And
so it's only halved,
for
and I did not
not-
roll well.
For not, for GM. So hold up, let me fix that. Always whisper rolls to whisper toggle.
So it only takes 2 psychic. However, I'm then going to do my best to be like, come at me, because I don't want this innocent woman dying because of my mistake. And I'm going to look around a bit. Can I see anyone who looks, other than our mage, who looks very magically gifted?
No,
in the immediate
not right now. You don't see anyone right now.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to look at the
You
woman.
see this maid who is literally screaming bloody murder.
I'm going to say, to her, Madam, you're going to do your best to avoid its teeth, and you're going to back into that house now. And I'm going to, and while doing that, I'm going to with one hand motion for the clairvoyant, get in there.
Okay.
And just say, remember, it's all eyes, and inspire
all eyes
our cleric with my new, and I have magical inspiration now, so you can now add that to your hurting them, or to your spell damage or your healing.
And what is this ability? Can you tell me about more
Bardic
about?
inspiration. The magical inspiration, I can pull it up. It's a second level class feature from Tasha's. It lets basically, if a creature has Bardic inspiration and casts a spell that restores hit points or deals damage, creature can roll my inspiration die and choose a target affected by the spell, and then it adds the die
What
to
the fuck? Are you serious?
Yeah.
What?
I'm inspiring your
Wait
magic.
years for this shit. What?
I know.
Oh shit! All right. No, it's still
It's a D6 currently.
Yeah.
But
that's
hey,
dope.
magic missiles guaranteed damage, baby.
That's sick. What? All right. Sweet. Cool. All right. So yeah, this creature's shooting eye rays all over the place. You come in, you psychically whisper at it, and it kind of looks over at you, and a tongue lolls out of its head, and it's like, and then starts shooting eye rays some more, as you damaged it, but not very much. And now it is its turn.
Oh, this is gonna hurt, but
So it is going to shoot 2 random eye rays
yeah, it's a weird gimmick of those sorts
instead
of
of
things.
1. Oh, it's set up to GM again. Oh, no, it's not. So 1 and a 2. All right, so the first ray is going to go for Tarun. So Tarun, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oof.
Very good.
I'd like to use my inspiration.
Okay. Okay,
Better?
you save. Yep, that's better. So you, as this pink eye ray shoots towards you, envelops your whole body.
Hey, was that against a charm?
Yep, totally.
I have advantage on that.
Yeah.
So then I would not use my inspiration because.
Okay, excellent.
Advantage.
So, yeah, you keep your inspiration. As you feel a ray wash over you, it feels like you're almost like getting dizzy and falling over, but you shake your head out of it. The next
getting
one's
eye
going
roofied.
towards. Let's decide. All right, it's even for the maid and odd for Oliver. All right, I got a 1. So Oliver, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. Excellent.
I too will use my inspiration.
Might as well.
Woo! There we go.
Woo-hoo!
All right. So, as this black eye ray shoots over you, it's almost like Raven from Teen Titans, how her energy is like white outlined but black. This this ray envelops you, and you feel fear welling up inside of you, like you want to just bolt and run, but you shake your head and you're like, no, not today. Exactly like what you said in the chat, and. Its turn is over, but it's actually gonna move away, like over here. There you go. All right. Next in the order, Hexus. You see through the window all of this going on.
All right, so I'm gonna see this thing acting all sorts of crazy,
Crazy, yeah.
and just out of fear, basically, I'm just gonna like scramble for my pouch. I'm gonna take out a gold piece, and I'm just gonna throw it out the window, and I'm gonna cast Jim's magic missile.
Awesome.
And so you see the gold piece fly out the window and then split into 3 beams,
Excellent.
which do 3
so
attacks.
5, 6, 7,
Oh,
8.
right, you do
9,
roll with
10,
that one.
11, 12. Ooh-wee. I heard it real good. So you quickly slam open the window as the rain's coming down. You take this gold piece, wait for the right moment, toss it, and midair it like arcs out into 3 beams that each like arc away and then slam into this creature. And as it does, it's thrown off kilter. One of its eye rays that was like gonna hit Molly Maid shoots up into the air, and Tarun and Oliver. You now see Hexus, the character in which it was described before, standing at the window of this manor house. And he has just cast a pretty powerful spell that has thrown this gazer all in a tizzy. It's spinning around. There's blood hanging out of its mouth now.
I'm gonna give like a thanks, but I'm in the middle of combat. I got to deal with that.
I'm just gonna look back confused and just be like, what is that thing?
Don't worry, I don't know either.
I love the magic card that you picked for that. It was great.
All right, so next in the order is Oliver.
Does Molly look injured?
No, just like incredibly scared.
Yeah, okay. Well, I might move up right beside her then.
Uh-huh.
Um, it's, it's okay. Get behind me, and I'll pull out my light crossbow and kind of jankily aim at the gazer and try and take a shot.
Absolutely.
Forget you've got my inspiration and gods.
That hits.
Okay.
As you hold up your crossbow shakily, you let loose an arrow. It knocks you back a little bit, and it's slash R. But it already rolled damage. Oh, yeah, light crossbow 1d8, right? Oh, and you
Yeah.
want to add the d6?
That's only
Oh,
to the attack roll. That's
Oh.
not to
Damage.
It
you
only
just said
affects
was.
It only affects
Only
magic
affects
damage.
Magic.
Okay.
Oh.
So if
that
you had
makes
guiding
sense.
bolted, you could increase the
He
damage
doesn't
with
have
that.
guiding bolt. He's a goddamn medic.
You never know when you need to say. Sometimes the best way to keep someone alive is to delete the danger.
That
If
is
inflict
the best
wounds.
CC.
All right. Well,
I'll deal
Or
my one
inflict
damage
wounds.
proudly that I fucking hit it.
so this arrow grazes right past this creature, and it cuts this deep gash in it as it's wobbling, trying to keep its ground.
Can,
The
can I
maid,
bonus action switch the crossbow for the shield?
It's a free action, I
unfortunately, no.
think. Wouldn't it?
Not
If he drops the crossbow,
not for
and
a
dons
shield.
the
Not for a shield. It's an action
Not
to
for
don.
shield.
Okay.
I've never actually used a shield before. Death is the best CC.
But the maid will quickly run behind you
Okay.
and put her back up against the wall, shaking, scared. Next in the order, Census. You kick open the front door, and you see the sight before you. This creature wobbling around, barely hanging on. Standing in front of the Molly, the maid, is this figure I described before, this medic I described before, and yeah, you see the scene in front of you.
All right.
I'm gonna
I'm
dress
just
in
gonna-
heels still.
I'm gonna put two fingers up, kind of like this, and aim for a quick second. Put my hand in my pouch and throw some little needles at it.
Oh shit! Fuck! God damn, that sucks.
And
All right.
as the needles are coming out, I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark on the creature.
Excellent.
Oh.
You throw this needle and it strikes true, certainly. And now
Let's hope. Where is it? It is this one.
what? Oh, there really is a needle. Holy shit.
Actually, not.
Okay.
Oh, that's not the second one. The Hunter's Mark damage 3. So 9.
Unfortunately, you missed.
Oh, I did. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So you toss this. What does this needle look like? What is
So
that?
they're really just I guess, have you ever seen like really long sewing needles?
Yeah.
They're kind of like that, but pierced at both ends, and it's something that I've like specifically made for myself. So they're just reflavored darts, but you know.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
dope. All right, cool. So you take this needle out, twirl it in your hand one time, and like lean into the throw. And this thing is moving way too sporadically, and it just whiffs right by it. But yeah, the scene plays out, and Oliver, you notice this figure come through, and Tarun as well.
Asling, know who to go to if I need this stress fix out of this.
And we're back to Tarun.
Ah, yes. I'm just going to seeing all this commotion. And realizing I need this to end now. Why won't you die? Sort of realization. I'm going to. I have sleep, but I don't want to let it live at all. So I'm just going to look at it and just say, I'm going to actually hold on. Aha! I'm gonna walk right up to it and just say,
Bibbidi-bobbidi-boo.
let's try this again. You're going to die now. And the whispers surround it once more. And I'm just going to try again for the dissonant whispers because that's my only damaging spell.
Okay. Well, you have what's it called?
Vicious Mockery.
Vicious Mockery too.
Super
a
shit
D4.
talk.
I got a 14.
But that's 4 psychic damage to it.
How do you want to do this?
I turn it off. Again, it's like whatever's holding it up just seems to turn off. Whatever's making it go
How
seems
about
to turn
this?
Off. Whatever magic is in those eyes. Gone.
I'll do you one better. As you say that, we get a pan on this we get a camera shot of this creature, and it's shaking and warbling, and we can hear the whispers in its head, and it's shaking and shaking and shaking, and then it explodes as
I can't
blood
stop on me.
bursts all over the place. Its brain
My
explodes.
dress.
Tarun, you get blood splatter on you. It goes all across the ground. It lightly misses on Oliver. It lightly misses on the maid. It lightly misses on Census, as it is now dead.
Note to self: if something appears to exist only by its mind, do not attack that directly while 5 feet of it. Ew, ew. Precipitation. I'm cleaning what I can. I'm cleaning what I can.
Yep. After a moment, Census, you feel a meaty hand on your back kind of push you aside, and holding a great axe is Bruno. And he says, where is it? I'll take it out right now.
Ew. Blood.
Bruno,
Ew.
it's gone. It's gone. Bruno, chill. It's good. It's dead.
Ew.
Right.
Is everyone okay?
Not as spry as I used to be.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. You were there to protect Gran anyway.
So the group of you are together.
While they're all like cleaning themselves off after the bloodbath, I'm gonna walk down to the front door. And
Very casual.
You who threw the needle. Hello. Extremely sorry about the mess. Hope the woman's okay. You. Blood is so hard to clean out.
You really should take better care of your pets.
That's not a pet. It's a.
Look, I'm
some sort of-
not trying to kink shame you or anything. Just keep it in mind.
What? They look. No. Just no.
I just want to kind of come out and
Yeah, you're
put
out.
my hand over his mouth and just be like, "Excuse my brother. He knows not what he says."
I realize that now.
We're your new neighbors. It looks like.
Oh, you guys are the ones that bought the haunted house.
Well, it's a long story involving rescuing a man from being kidnapped in the sewers, and someone not having the money, so they gave us the deed to a haunted house. So
As an apology to the commotion that was outside of my home, you should tell it to me over drinks.
that sounds wonderful. Although currently we need to have the deed officially transferred. And I need to get my backpack repaired because that thing kind of burst out of it. It's kind of hard to tell that thing was dead. I'm certain it's dead now.
Yes, but perhaps this evening there is a little bit of paperwork that needs to go on for the deed of our house, but I think settling over a pint is probably fair.
Extremely.
That backpack. Do you still have it on you?
Well, because of the creature, I didn't want it hurting anyone. I had to toss it off and tell Volo and Floon to gather my things in it.
You hear, as you see, panting and carrying this remnants of what used to be a backpack is this elegant fellow that I described before, short, elegant mustache. He says, that was quite a run. What in the nine hells was that?
Would I have met Floon
Well,
in
No.
my bar times? No?
No.
He's freshly here.
Yes.
Okay. I bet I would know Floon though.
No.
Oh,
No, well,
damn
I
it.
put you guys away for a year so that you may meet new NPCs.
Okay.
well, that's one way to be introduced to the neighborhood. Not the most graceful, but oh well. And they're gonna be like, hold on, I gotta need a shirt, and they're just gonna check their heels, like, okay, good, these are still intact. And then we'll take the bag, what's left of it, and like gather it in the arms, and give a thankful kiss on the forehead to Volo. Just as like, because they ran with all that, so.
I want to walk up to the person holding the backpack and just be like, allow me. And I'm just going to cast mending and just try and piece it together as best I can.
What does your mending spell look like when you cast it?
So I reach into a different pouch on my belt, and I pull out just two small stones, and I just start like clicking them together over the bag as it starts to like sew itself back together.
Awesome.
I love
Hi.
watching you work, brother. It's so interesting.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It
My
is
pleasure.
the bag I've had with me for a while. I'd hate to see it go completely.
It's the least I could do for splattering blood all over my brother's face.
I love you
Uh,
too.
Oh,
I relish
I
these
will
times we have together.
prestidigitation, try to clean up anyone with blood on them as best I can. Return the favor. Before. It's fair. Introductions. Where are my manners? I'll introduce myself. Oliver, you can handle yourself. I am Tarun Accordsvin. At your assistance in this case.
Oliver Zander. So nice to meet you, fellows.
Exis Gemini and my brother
My name is Census Gemini.
just kind of
If you can't tell, I'm gonna put our heads together. We're twins.
Ah, twins, quite lovely. I've only met a few twins in my time here. A couple were part of some circus.
well, one of these twins might as well be in the circus.
Ah,
It's
I
fun.
get that.
Volo speaks up, and he takes off his hat, and there's like a little bald spot on top of his head, and he deeply bows, and he says, I'm Volo, Volo Thampa Gidarm.
Nice to meet you.
I'm a writer, you see. Not a fighter or a warrior, but
Oh, really? I'm quite the reader. What are some of your more famous publishings?
he says, have you not heard of my book? And he immediately, he just opened a whole can of worms. He immediately goes to he has a side satchel, and he like pulls it open, and it's just massive. And he takes out this large leather-bound tome, and he kind of holds it out, and emblazoned on the front it says "Volo's Guide to Monsters." And he said, "It's my book, Volo's Guide to Monsters."
Oh,
Hex,
very
what did you
interesting.
do?
I just want to kind of like go back and forth with him for just a few minutes, just talking about like, oh, really?
Yeah, I can sell you this a copy. I'll even sign it for you.
Oh, how much would that run me?
Oh, let's see. A 25 gold.
I'm going to look at Volo. Like, and for a moment, the facade dropped like this elegance, and like, they're impressed at the
Audacity.
hustling respect before it immediately comes back up.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
but
I'm
that's
gonna
what it
whisper in my brother's ear. Do you want me to ask Gran for some money?
I
This time
just,
it's not for beer. She might give it to us.
I just want to kind of look at him and like, seeing as I've never heard of him before,
Right.
I just want to kind of give him the up and down and be like, maybe when we meet up for drinks later, I could have a few flips through it before I spend so much on a questionable tome.
Questionable. Oh no, my friend. This is a book filled with the monsters that I have seen firsthand.
What was that thing then?
It looks it.
It seems like your
I'm
book's
going-
incomplete.
I will try to help them here in trying to. Well, to be fair, it might be a bit new. It does seem to be reminiscent of something I saw in there when we our wizardly friend looked through it.
He says, yes, what he has said. So, the group of you are meeting for drinks later?
I'm
Yes,
down.
that seems to be the plan.
For the payment for the commotion, I promised to tell them the tale of how we got here
You see, slowly,
into being neighbors.
strolling casually up is Floon, this slender ginger man, and he says, well, it seems all of you have gotten into some sort of mess here.
Say,
Volo, we must be going. If we are to meet with Renair, he's a very busy man. And Volo says, yes, that's right. I need to meet with Renair. How about the group of you? The new neighbors and my good friends. This is Oliver and Tarun. Oh, well, you've already met. But why don't all of you, why don't the people that live here show the newbies around? Maybe meet the neighbors.
I did want to do that immediately. It's one of my first things I'd like to do whenever I arrive in a new
There's a
abode.
few shops in the alley and on Stardoon Street.
Ah,
We
perhaps
actually
some
have
elven
business
folk.
there as well. We wouldn't mind showing you around, wouldn't we?
Does this seem legit, or does it seem like he's like trying to get out of like the exchange of actually signing over the deed?
No, he doesn't seem like he's trying to get out of the exchange.
Okay.
He really does need to handle business, and Jay, that's me, is giving you guys opportunities.
I'll take it.
So I don't steal the show with all of my awesome NPCs.
Yes, well, perhaps we could tour the neighborhood and then follow later the exchange with the magisters then.
He nods and he says, maybe if you sign it now, I can handle all of it for you. Maybe
Well,
I'll meet you back at the Yawning Portal tonight.
I'll quickly look to Tarun as if like, you know about signing shit? Like, is this a good idea? Does this seem smart?
Isn't if as far as it was like something they had to observe the sale? So does it work?
No, it's just a transfer fee. As long as you sign your name on it, it's fine.
Oh, okay, and then yeah,
They
like,
just want their
of
money.
course, want their money and to make sure no one's getting scammed. Makes sense.
Right. Right.
It's
So-
mostly just to make sure that the tax is paid and no one's getting scammed by but with our signatures on it, it should be more than fine.
Okay, so the both
Well,
of you are gonna sign it.
All right then.
I'll pull out
Um,
my ink pen because I got
Sure.
that good old diplomat's pack.
Valo will turn to Hexus and say, "You can be the witness, all right?"
I just want to kind of look over at them and like look at them signing the document and just be like,
Confirm? Okay.
witness.
Excellent. He says, "Oh, that's a very good." And you both sign the contract, though, the deed, rather.
Volo, turn around. I need your back here. And I'll
Yes, of course.
up
and-
against his back and
Right.
give,
So you-
give him
Nice
the
and
John Hancock.
sweaty, soaking into the contract.
Yep. And yeah, you sign the contract, and Valo and Floon will bid their adieus and say, "Meet at the Yawning Portal tonight. I'll see you there."
It's
I'll
we
be
have an
glad to
appointment.
see you.
See you then.
He turns towards Hexus and Census and bows, and he looks towards Hexus and he says, "I'll bring an extra copy of my book."
I'd be glad to look through it.
He will turn around, and you will see Floon distastefully bow towards the group of you, and they will head off. The rain has subsided for the time being. It's still very cloudy outside, but the story is yours. The world is yours.
Well,
Real quick, Bruno has since stowed the axe that he brought outside, and is tending to Molly.
All right. Well, before we head off, we better make sure that everything around the house is settled.
Excellent.
I'm gonna
It's
walk back to the two of them.
yeah. It takes no. It's no, non-consequential. Molly is shooken up, but is impressed that you the group of you handled the situation well, and grandmother is none the wiser that anything happened. To be honest, she's a little hard of hearing.
Well, while I'm checking on Gran,
Yeah.
as my brother Census suggested, I'm going to ask for book money.
Okay, we can roleplay this real quick. So she is currently sitting at a desk in her own room, and she is writing something. But you approach her. She is none the wiser to your exploit.
Oh, grandmother. I met a very interesting man in the street just earlier.
She says, she looks up at you with a familiar look, and she says, "You don't ever take that tone with me unless you want something."
I adore this woman.
Good.
Well, I mean, on our long journey in the desert, I never received mail of a birthday present, so I figured I'm in town. I've got something interesting that would be a very good gift for you to give me.
Hexley, I didn't know you had it in you. I'm so
make,
impressed.
Make a persuasion check, and I'll give you advantage.
I'm so impressed.
I couldn't inspire you, damn.
-1. Here we
Let's
go.
see it. Let's see it. Hey!
Hey!
She eyes you up and down, and she opens up a drawer, and you hear some rummaging, and she pulls out 4 platinum pieces and slides them across the table.
I just want to kind of give her a kiss on the forehead and be like, I missed you so much.
She says, I missed you too. Defeated.
Walk out.
Excellent. Okay.
I have a -9. Sorry,
So
I just love characters with negatives.
the party is joined. What would the group of you like to do? Volo suggests that you meet the neighbors.
I do. So, are you gonna clean your pet off the street, or?
Oh, that was literally a some sort of sewer monster.
Yeah, but it's in front of my house. Can you move
But,
it? It's
do
lowering
you
the
have like
property
a broom
value.
and? I believe this was the. Do you have like a broom or dustpan I could use? I cleaned with the blood, but there are eyes. Actually,
there are.
could I collect
There's
the
3
eyes?
at least?
Yes. Why don't you roll a d4 for me?
Well, there's a 5th eye in the middle, unless I poked one out.
No, that one exploded.
Ah, fair.
Sploosh.
Come on, give me eyes.
There, you find 4 intact
Yeah.
gazer eyes.
Well, Zoblob will probably pay a pretty penny for these.
Oh, are they purple?
No.
They're gazer.
Oh. Eh.
I can alter that, don't worry.
That was out of character because obviously I would not
Yes,
have Zoblob.
yes.
And as he's kind of rummaging through it, I want to just be like talking to Census about how I learned from him and I got Gran to give me some money. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to be ritual casting Unseen Servant to start mopping up the mess.
So what does that look like?
I was about to do the same thing.
Um,
I feel we just both do the same.
So I've got my spell book out and I'm just kind of like running my fingers over the pages as I'm talking. And suddenly there's like a few leaves in the street just kind of blow into like a little swirl that comes up and then settles, and then the gunk just starts to be slowly pushed away.
Yep. Tarun, were you really going to start ritually casting?
Yes, he was grab the eyes and start humming the tune, tapping the accordion.
So almost simultaneously, 2 whirls of wind kind of blow up, and then there is the viscera is moving in 2 separate directions
Oh,
As,
Like the Spider-Man meme. They're just like, you!
You!
oh, I did not know you had one as well. Perhaps you should direct them together. Do you have like a trash can you want them thrown in, or?
I just want to kind of like look up and down the street. Is there just like a sewer grate that we can just push it down?
So kind of. So, are you guys on the map, but you don't see anything? Is that what's going on?
Yeah,
Yes,
Yeah.
everything is black.
Okay, let's turn that
I saw a frame of things.
It flashed and then
Yeah.
disappeared.
on. I know. Let's turn that off. Let's turn on the legacy lighting. How about that? Oh, it only works if there's a token on the map. That sucks.
Here.
That sucks. What
Hold
happened
on.
to just no dynamic lighting? I hate that. All right, so let's do this, save, this, and I'm just gonna throw some tokens on the map. Oh, but you can
I
only
see things.
Yeah, but that sucks. Why can't you see the whole fucking map and move token around?
Oh yeah, because the
Okay.
lighting would be.
Yeah, it's shitty. For things like this is the reason that it's shitty. Is most of the map uncovered just slightly grayed?
Yep.
Alright, let's just throw some tokens out. So,
Jesus.
That's bright.
Hey, light.
there you go.
There we
So,
are.
do you guys see a purple X on this house right here?
Yeah.
Yes.
That is Census and Hexus's house. It's the Gemini estate. This house right here is Troll Skull Manor.
Oh shit.
Yep. See the tower and everything?
Yeah.
This is Sardoon Street. This is an entrance to Troll Skull Alley, and this is an entrance to Troll Skull Alley. There is no sewer in near around here, but there is one down here.
All right. I would definitely know where it is,
Mm.
and I would just be like, hey, yo, down that street, go on the left. It's just follow the way back.
I'd
There's
rather
the
not.
nearest grade. Played in it when I was a kid.
Full Skull Alley. We do. Was there any? We do have a few spare barrels. I got this. With me. I'm gonna gesture for them to follow me and bring it, and I'm gonna just like head into Troll Skull Manor, grab one of the grody barrels that has nothing in it, just shove it in there, and be
Excellent.
like,
Oh, that's genius.
"That's
So-
what take care of it for now until it's trash day."
The group of you make your way towards Troll Skull Manor. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
While the invisible servants begin their kind of piling it all together with their fucking bare hands, I guess. And
I mean, they're just forces of.
I will show a piece of art again, just for Brayden, honestly. But let's find a location.
Quite the
So
fixer
this
upper.
is Troll Skull Manor. It is a completely ramshackle building. There's holes in the roof. There's holes everywhere. There is boards over some of the doors, over most of the windows. I mean, this place is literally condemned. And you see Tarun, this half-drow, walk onto the front porch, and one of his feet kind of falls through the one of the deck boards. And he,
What the heel?
yeah, he fixes his heel and marches in and comes back out moments later with a barrel. It is quickly handled.
Precipitation trash on the barrel.
Yep.
So it's labeled and put it wherever it looks like it would be good to grab.
Yeah, you can probably put it by the side of the road, and the Dung Sweepers Guild will come by and
Yeah.
pick it up eventually.
Nice.
And as
Yep,
we
this-
are
this is it.
collecting the viscera, I just want to kind of like, while we're on the front porch, just like point at like through one of the windows and just whisper to Tarun and be like, and that's the spot where when me and my brother came here when we were children, he peed himself because he was so scared of the ghosts.
Lexi, we were 9. Come
I'm
on, man.
whispering. You can't hear that.
I'm sorry. I didn't know I wasn't
He
there.
whispers, yeah, he whispers it.
Tarun is going to chuckle. Oh,
There's,
did you
there's
see
probably still a stain on the floor.
proper evidence of this creature? Don't worry, it's probably rotted away. But did you see actual evidence of this spirit?
No. It is rumored that the place is haunted, but neither of you have ever seen any real concrete evidence of haunting. It was all in Census's vivid imagination, as described to him before.
This is our home where we live.
Well, are going to be living. I haven't moved all my things there yet. I still have a couple things at the, well, never mind.
Well, it's certainly a fixer-upper, but I think it has potential.
An upgrade for me.
Excellent. So, as you're all kind of gathered around, there is a couple of shops in the local area that you can go to meet some of your neighbors if you so wish. I know that Tarun and Oliver are probably anxious to do so. So I will ping on some buildings, so kind of zoom out a little bit so you can see everything. So this is Troll Skull Manor, as you're familiar. This is the Gemini Estate. This building right here is a shop called the Bent Nail, but the sign of which is just a wooden post with a large, like, carriage bolt nail that is bent and stuck into the sign. There is this place right here, a beautiful, elegant place with a glass domed ceiling, or like roof rather, and out front there is in beautiful calligraphy, golden calligraphy, are written in common the words Coralon's Crown, and underneath of it written in Elvish, Coralon's Crown.
Is Corlon like a elvish religious thing?
Yes.
I would be interested in elvish deities. What
Okay,
are they?
Well, let's see.
That's the part that Tarun's always been most curious about, because
Why don't you make a religion check for me then?
Okay. Where is religion? I'm half proficient in it now, baby.
You've heard it before. It has something to
I'm
do
gonna
with
use my inspiration on it. I don't care.
It's the
Hey.
patron god of elves. All elves. That is even the drow, but most of which have turned to Lolth, for obvious.
Spider
obvious-
mommy.
Yeah. When they were like cast out during the Sundering, I think is when it was. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I think so.
I think so.
Before, around, basically,
Yeah,
while
It was a
long
fucking
ago.
ages ago. Yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah. Like I don't even think humans were like really around yet. Like humans were still like cavemen around this time.
when we're still apes.
Yes.
When are they
But yeah,
not?
no, they weren't apes. They were humans. They made humans, but
Oh
they
yeah,
were not as advanced as say elves or dwarves who came first.
they got rock. That was their tech.
Yep. So that's Corlon's Crown. There is a building right here that is a shop as well. Down here. It is. Oops, let me pull up my notes. I accidentally X'd out of them. Is a forge, blacksmith shop. It's called the Steam and Steel. Half of the sign is red and half of the sign is blue. The steam is red on the. It's like yin yang, and on the blue side it says steam in red words, and on the red side it says and steel in blue words. That is a building also. There is this building way over here on Sardoon Street, also facing the alley. The door faces the alley. That is a place that Hexus. You are familiar with, though you haven't been there in forever, but a place that you always idolized. It is called the Bookworm's Treasure, as in worm, as in dragon, like Wyrm. And the sign is a golden dragon that's holding a hoard of books. And last but not least, the final building that is a mystery to all of you is this building right here. It's a very skinny 3-story building, completely painted black. All the windows shuttered. The door is down like you go down some stairs to get to the front door. You know what I'm talking about? Like it's below street level. And out front, there's just a black sign with a yellow slitted eye. Is it slitted? No, it's a tiger's eye. So whatever tiger's eye.
No, tigers have circles because I remember because only the small cats have the slits because they're tiny basically. Basically, the bigger you are, the more you want round.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. So they are. Yeah, but it's really beautiful green eye.
And DM,
Mhm.
just with even a quick glance around, anything related to the hands of the Almeida or any sort of like hospice around here? Maybe we're in the wrong neighborhood for that typically.
Yeah, you're in the wrong neighborhood, bub.
Fair
Your
enough.
hospice is the hospice of Ilmater, the
Probably in the poorer places because.
no, it's in the North Ward.
Ah.
Where is it?
The
Yeah,
hospice
it's
of St.
way down.
Austin.
Yeah, it butts up against the trade ward. It's super close to the City of the Dead.
Okay.
Here, I'll pull you over
Yeah.
the major map real quick, just so I can show you where it is.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm pinging it right now.
I got you.
The Troll Skull Alley is up here.
Right.
We're Sardine Street. So that's basically where you guys are now. We'll
Gotcha.
pull you guys back over to the other Troll Skull Alley map. Okay. But those are the like shops around that you can kind of get introduced to the neighbors. And I'll leave the scene to you guys.
Well, that place with the nail we passed by on the delivery looks interesting. We could make a roundabout and get everything on one cycle, hopefully.
Oh yeah, we have some business with an apothecary in just a minute, but we can show you around if you'd like.
Oh, what was it called? If you are not.
I can't remember. Hexus, what was it called?
Corlon's Crown.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh! Tarun actually perks up at that and has a bit of a half smile on it. Good to know.
Well, of course, to defer to the locals here. Please take the lead.
Lead the way, Census. You're always better at entertaining with these sorts of things.
Okay. Well, down this road we have the ironworkers, and keep going farther we have the crown, and then over here is some creepy place with an eye that I haven't seen before. I don't know anything about.
Yeah.
Sounds kind of cool. I'm not really sure about it though. Let's go mosey this way, and I gesture in the direction of the crown because I definitely don't want to forget her foot ointment or she'll
Okay.
hit me again.
Yep. With
Yeah,
the
so
same exact thing.
I'm just trying to gesture the party in that direction, so we do that first because I
Excellent.
really don't want to forget it. Because I will.
So you head towards Corlon's Crown. As I described before, it is a very stately looking place. It's a 3-story house, but the top floor of which has this beautiful glass, almost greenhouse ceiling. The bottom floor is a apothecary's shop, and as you approach, you can see that there are potted plants all around on the outside. It's vines and creepers growing up the sides of this kind of stately-looking house. There is the sign that I described earlier, hanging out front, and yeah, you can make your way inside if you so wish.
Yeah. Before I go in though, I'm gonna point over a little alleyway. Oh yeah, we used to play down there on that street with the other neighbor kids. We beat up some of the losers there. I'm gonna kind of pat Hexus on the back. Don't worry, I didn't tell them.
That was great.
And as we're walking, I just kind of like pull out a little notebook and just start like jotting some things down while looking across the various members.
Mhm.
Just
Gonna
kind of noting what they're doing.
apply a little bit of makeup that seems to like accentuate more of the elven features over the human features a little
Sure.
bit.
So,
further.
as you're taking notes and
But-
since you're leading the way, you notice that this half drow named Tarun stops in the middle of the street, begins rummaging through his shit, pulls out some makeup, and begins quickly applying
No, it's more of
back
like
in the mirror.
how they casually do it all the time.
Yeah, sure. But you still have to like stop, pull your shit out,
Okay,
look, ba
fair.
ba 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 ba. I mean, it only takes a second, you know. You're quick
Okay,
with
but
it,
it's noticeable.
but
fair
it's
enough.
noticeable
Pierce.
for sure. There's no casual putting on makeup. I don't know if you're familiar, but it is not a casual thing to do.
I've taken that. Sorry,
I-
I was taking active. I've only. It's usually just go go go.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
seen
yeah.
my
The
sister
play.
drive and put on makeup more times than I can count. And it is there's more
Terrifying.
work to it than people think.
Yeah. So but you just quickly throw yourself together, because you're like really proficient with it. And Census, you open the door and there's a chime of bells. It sounds almost it's a very beautiful sound. And as the group of you enter, the place is filled with this aroma that screams nature. It's flowers, oregano, uh, you know, musky, kind of mossy smell. It's just all of this is hitting you at once, and you can see that hanging from the ceiling, hanging from racks, there is different, all manner of plants, drying, plants growing, plants everywhere. The whole place is completely filled with plants. And behind all of these plants, almost hidden through a jungle, is shelves in which there are poultices and little bottles and doodads and stuff like that. And in the very back, there is a counter in which, working hard on a mortar and pestle, there is a non-binary character, Elvin. Very, very beautiful features. It's very hard to tell whether this actually is a boy or a girl, but they do not assign themselves to either. You see, dressed in robes, beautiful brown hair, and these large elven ears poke out from underneath of brown hair. This is Fala Leflair. And you see that they are hard at work on at a mortar and pestle. And as they kind of see you come in, they look up at you and say, "Hello, welcome to Corlon's Crown."
I'm just gonna begin greeting this beautiful elf, and I'm gonna intentionally stumble on my words a little bit and say,
Okay.
"Ah, I'm sorry, I'm just so nervous. You're very beautiful."
They smile and nod.
And as I can kind of tell, they're not gonna lean into that. Like, I have a prescription to pick up for for Lady Gemini.
Ah, yes, Lady Gemini. They say, "One moment, please," and they will turn around and begin rummaging through some stuff. And after a moment, they pull out like a jar that has mesh over the top of it, and then the cap has been screwed over on top of the mesh. But it's only it's a stout kind of jar, and they slide it across the counter, and say, "I do wish Lady Gemini good luck with her feet." And they give you like a smirk.
I'm gonna wink back at them. Thank you for your time.
Are the rest of you looking for anything?
We recently moved in nearby, and we're getting to know the neighbors and peruse the local shops. Hello, I'm Tarun.
I am
They'll
Fala
give a bit
Leflair.
of courtesy. Tarun, for once, kind of seems taken aback, like, because they've talked to elves occasionally, but usually it's like more citied elves, you know.
Right.
This is probably the most like pure elven experience of like a
Sure.
wood elf or high elf
Yeah, they're son
they've
elf.
ever gotten, and it's kind of like so the facade's almost cracked, like,
Sure.
oh goodness, but
Yeah.
they're
They
still
say,
holding it.
I have been known to make potion or a poultice. I have a few potions on hand, if you're interested.
Not at this moment, but that would be quite useful. Oliver here is a healer, and for us, but spells do run out, and we've had that issue before.
Yes, pleased to make your acquaintance. I was wondering if you had anything of the medical variety, perhaps any balms or salves. And Jay, kind of mechanically, I'm looking for like anything that would be part of like a healer's kit that I could maybe like re-up the uses of my healer's kit.
They have the bits and pieces to make a herbalism kit, but not a healer's kit. No, but they will say, I do carry on hand a number of healing potions. If that
That
interests.
is also something I am proficient in. What would one of those run me?
They kind of tuck their brown hair behind their ear and say, "Oh, only 50."
50 gold pieces. I'm sure it's worth every penny gold piece.
Dragon.
That's every dragon. Good to know. Thank you. And I'll like kind of look back quickly at Tarun, like 50 fucking dragons. I don't know.
Turn will say, we are
That's
currently
pretty fair, honestly.
getting
for a
getting
healing
moved in,
potion.
but once we're more equipped to go back out again adventuring, it would be quite handy to approach here beforehand to make sure we are prepared. You've quite the. I'll be honest with you. I've lived in the city my whole life. It's a bit of breathtaking seeing the just greenery within its walls.
They smile. And while this conversation is happening, Hexus, explain to me what you would like to do, please.
So while they're just chatting up, I want to look around, and I'm gonna pull out my book again and just kind of trace my hands over the words of my spell book and kind of like pick up a little dust and just keep flicking it around until I find anything that starts to glow.
So as you're walking along, can you pass? Can you post detect magic for me, please?
Yes. Spells.
It doesn't uncover things that are under full cover, though, right?
Nope.
Well,
it can
not if it's
barriers,
under. Yeah.
but if there's like wood or dirt or anything.
If it's buried, then no. But if it's like bottom shelf, I can see it through the shelf.
Oh, it can see through 3 foot of wood.
That's the
3 foot
limit.
of wood or dirt.
Okay, cool. So, you can tell that in the back of the room behind Fala is a large wooden cabinet, and it's brimming with potions, most likely.
Gotcha.
But as you wander around, you kind of flicking this magic out, or this detect magic out, you get a ping as glowing this mist, this dust kind of glows around this beautiful yellow flower.
I want to pick it up and just kind of.
Yeah, as you begin to move your hand close to it, it starts to curl and turn towards you. You
Hand
still want to
back.
touch it? Yeah, do you still want to touch it? No? Okay.
So I'm guessing it's like an animated flower type of deal.
Maybe, yes. It does faint aura around any visible creature. So it's some sort of creature.
I want to kind of reach into my bag and pull out my 10-foot pole and just kind of stand back and poke it.
So you do poke it?
Yeah.
A of pollen kind of comes out of it, and because you're a good distance away, none of it lands on you or anything. But in the middle of talking to Tarun, like just straight up in the middle of the conversation with Tarun. Fala will say, please, stay away from that.
Oh, what is this thing?
It is a yellow musk flower. Please.
What does that pollen it shot out do exactly?
It not anything super, deadly or anything. It just heavily attracts you to the flower. The problem is, it bites.
Ah.
And
Like a Venus
they will
flytrap.
continue. They will continue, and say, they're most deadly when they are around a corpse. You see, they have the power to animate corpses. Sort of like an undead.
Neat.
Interesting. I'm just gonna like back a few more feet away from it.
This is definitely not a place to die.
They will turn back to Tarun and say, well, please come by anytime.
Be glad to. Well, I'd hate to take your time, but learn more about all these plants. I grew up in the docks. This is much fairer plant life than I've ever seen.
Make a persuasion check. I know what you're getting at.
Hmm?
I know what the bard's doing.
No, actually, you're.
Uh-huh.
The ranger already shot a shot and it did not work. But you miss
Alright.
100% of the shots you don't take.
All right.
It's not flirtation. It's literally they're
They
interested
say-
in their culture.
They say, perhaps, most certainly. You said that you are all new neighbors?
Yes, we were. It's a long story. We ended up coming to ownership of Trollskull Manor.
They cock an eyebrow, and they say, you are moving into Troll Skull Manor?
It was payment for the adventure we went on. Not the greatest, but
I do wish you luck on that.
I feel I might need it.
You notice that they look at you a little differently now. Oh, those judgy elves. So is there any other business? They're basically like, if you don't want to buy anything, you're good to go.
No. After that, Tarun will, knowing when to leave, will leave.
Yep. Were you going to say something, Hexus?
No.
Okay. So the lot of you exit Corlon's Crown. Let's take a quick break.
Okay.
We'll get to the rest of the neighbors in a minute.
Good job, Al.
Tarun's just like, well, damn. They're actually interested in like learning more about an elf that isn't like
Well,
the high elves or.
it's not like they're like, don't ever see me again. They're at work,
Yeah, fair.
Just stop
they're-
them and
so
wait
you're
outside their place of work.
No.
Yeah, basically. I mean, you didn't, tell them that you had somewhere to live, and maybe when you fix your house up, you can invite them to the tavern.
Yeah. I'm still on the tapped spirit name because
Yeah,
it's got
sure.
you
You know what
long
my
days
last
of-
group named it?
Hmm.
The Revenant's Respite.
That is that is nice, but kind of edgy.
Yeah, it's super edgy. But there's a whole list on the Dragon Heist Reddit that's just nothing but names for this tavern. I'm talking
I can
a
imagine.
fucking laundry list. I'm gonna go make some more tea. I'll see you guys in a minute.
If it doesn't have a pun, is it really worth naming it though?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You have a ghost.
Or some kind of alliteration too,
We're gonna have to
It's-
leave it like a little in disrepair so that it still looks haunted enough.
Yeah, of course. We have unseen servants.
We do.
We could have unseen servants pass out drinks.
Oh yeah. We only hire first level wizards.
No. No. But if
Put
a
my
first
talents
level
to good
wizard
work.
works for us, we are willing to teach. for cheaper. Give him a discount.
Yep.
I'm actually planning on taking either telepathy or telekinesis from the Tasha's book for my 4th level. If I
Yeah.
took the telekinesis, just because you can make that invisible with it and extend the reach.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put away dishes.
Platinum is 10 gold, right?
I think so. Yeah, that's why I was really shocked she gave you 4.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like 2.5 of that is how much that book costs.
True. I still
See-
think you should try to haggle him down for it, if anything.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because, like, yeah, I don't read, obviously. You do all the reading for us, but I know that's a lot of money for a book.
Yeah. Although to be fair, that is the base price of a book in the PhD.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's not so bad then.
I'll try to haggle him down. It's a little, he's new in the business. You gotta keep him coming back.
I suppose. We
What
gotta.
about Volo's Guide to Monsters 2?
You and I definitely have to figure out some kind of like brotherly tag team combat strats.
See, if that combat was gonna last a little longer, I was gonna copy what you did with the Hunter's Mark because I've got
Mhm.
Hex. So,
Yeah.
like, you were gonna do the little V, and I was gonna do it with
I
the other hand.
fucking
Oh, that's
knew it.
That's lit. That's great.
You guys got the 2 Tasha's feet for Faye and Shadow Touch, don't you?
I don't actually. I'm just a ranger.
Oh
I just
shit,
have-
even better.
I just
Yeah.
have Fey touched
Yeah.
because
Right.
for some reason Hex is enchantment.
I
Well,
did
it's
not
because it
realize.
affects the abilities of them and has some mental implications.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I did not realize that Fey Touch was quite what it was. I kind of regret not taking that route. I didn't know it, but I like having more stats.
Fair.
Fair.
Because I really don't want to die again.
Well, you're level 2
It
now.
was,
So.
it was painful.
I swear, if you get crit again,
Bruh.
If you die again, I'm gonna have to like get a flash of inspiration and just paint your death.
Oh, I hope so.
I can't listen. I can't play the same song twice, and I don't have any other morning songs for adventurers. Don't die. Those are the rules. I'll find a way to just grab your spirit back. No. Shove it back in there. It'll be fine. Video up. Oh shit! Made a mess like an idiot. Haha, that is me.
About the new characters though, I'm liking the twins.
Yes. It
Definitely.
does feel like we have 2 dynamic duos meeting, and I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was one of the reasons why I really wanted to do the twin option.
Yeah, that was cool.
It just felt too applicable, you know?
Ball. Yeah, we'll do. There we go.
Is everybody back?
I still have some drug. I don't know what this combination is.
That's true. You do have some drugs that you.
I don't
bought.
even know how you
Oh,
consume
yeah.
it. I presume you smoke it, given the.
Given that he was smoking it, yeah, that's probably a bit safe bet.
But for all I know, he's probably doing it wrong.
That's also true. There's a couple more places that are available to you as you all step out into the Troll Skull Alley.
Well, where to next, gentlemen?
One strange place with the polish on. Okay. I saw that one strange place with the bent nail on the sign.
Ooh, that does sound fun. I haven't been there in a while.
Ah. Sounds
Well.
wonderful then.
Lead on. Happy
Alright.
to check it out.
So you guys
Bibbity bobbity boop down the street.
Yeah. you guys head on bibbity boppity boop down to the Bent Nail. This is a shop. Um, there is the whole place is made of wood panels, all around it, and then as you open the door, it's also wood panels all on the inside. But however, inside there is racks and shelves that are covered in furniture, finely carved chairs.
Oh,
There is also hanging on racks and shelves. There are beautiful wooden canes, quarterstaffs, beautifully carved, and there's also shields with beautiful carvings on them on the walls, wooden shields, and there also is a what's the other thing? Oh, there is a few long bows, short bows, crossbows lined up behind the counter, where at this large wooden workbench there is a man, a human man. He, oh no, he's a half elf. He has really bright green eyes, stubbly kind of beard, dark hair. He's wearing really simple clothes, like almost his skivvies. He has a large leather apron on, and you can see him with a large wooden mallet and chiseling out some kind of design on a wooden staff. And as you enter, this is who you see.
my.
His name is Talisolvanar Fellbranch, but he goes by Tally. And he will give you a big toothy smile, and he'll say, "Welcome to the Bent Nail."
Ah, very simple way of making sure it's recognizable and name.
He says, "Thanks very much. I'm Tally Fellbranch."
Nice to meet you. I am Tarun Kordzin, and I'll give a slight curtsy because it's still in a dress.
What can I do for you today?
Currently looking, but we recently came into ownership of the manor, Trosko Manor. So furniture is definitely going to be something we're going to be needing soon.
Can everybody make an insight check?
No, I can't.
Oh,
Fuck.
man.
No one
Oh,
can.
man.
We have 2 crit fails.
Wow, that was terrible.
We have two
none of you-
5s and a 4 in this.
So
as
none of
well,
you pick
like-
up this very obvious thing that he does. I mean, Tarun, you can tell that his expression shifted when you said the word Troll Skull Manor, but you're not sure what that means, or if it was a sour face, an angry face, a scared face. You don't know. Happy face. You don't know.
There's a lot of furniture and also another half elf. Not expecting so much elven.
Yep.
Throws them off.
But he says, right, Troll Skull Manor. I'm familiar with the place. Well, congratulations.
Well, it was quite the adventure that ended up with us, owning the place. So hopefully many more, much more endearing ones to be told there.
Dude, if you guys need furniture, there's a lot of furniture here. You could probably get it from the
Yes.
shop.
Yeah, so to certainly make lugging it back a lot easier, given the proximity.
Oh, absolutely.
He nods. Grunts.
Do you have some sort of basic layout that you could show us? We'd really appreciate anything from the ground up, so to speak.
Are you talking about your house?
Mhm. And the furniture
Um,
specifically.
He says, I'd rather not go there.
Ah,
Oh, sorry if we offended you in some way.
Not at all.
Well, and I'll kind of like silently like nudge Tarun that this like isn't the first time this has happened upon the notice of our name, but I'm sorry. I'll look around at our friends and just come out and say it. Is there something that you know that we don't?
Oh, it's nothing, he says.
As someone raised among sailors and their superstitions,
Huh?
given the two reactions, can I at least tell people think it's haunted with a
Can you make
negative?
an insight check?
I can try.
Another one.
Ah! I
Jesus.
apparently cannot.
No, you cannot.
Hmm.
But he says, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Sorry, I can't help you. That's what he'll say.
Ah. Well,
Well,
would we still be able to purchase furniture from here, I presume?
Absolutely.
Well, then, once we have, we'll have to take measurements ourselves to make sure everything fits. Once we have those, I'll certainly see about heading here then. It is certainly good to know we have such a fine carpentry available so closely.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm a
give them-
carpenter, all right.
And I'll give-
He says, good luck with the manor.
This is awkward.
I'll give a nod and walk out.
Yep.
are there does he have like prices listed on things?
Yeah.
I generally see how much like basic tables and chairs and shit. What neighborhood that would be on?
I mean, tables are expensive, but
Yeah.
and all of his stuff is like extremely well detailed.
Yeah.
Like he makes furniture for like nobles and stuff.
Okay.
Though you can probably tell that business isn't booming for this guy. But I'll say,
Yeah, I
maybe
just want to see like the neighborhood of like what we'd be expecting for
Between-
her to get.
5 and 20 gold for a chair.
Okay.
I guess it's not so bad.
Yeah, but if we want to have a tavern later on, oof.
Yeah,
Exactly
you guys
what
do
I was
have
thinking.
some tables and chairs. Just they're pretty fucking awful. But so all of you distastefully make your way out of the bent nail.
Before we head to the next place, I'm just like, okay,
That was awful.
you two live here.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what happened to the previous owner of this place?
Not a clue. It was
Been
been
haunted
abandoned
since
since
you
we were
guys were
children.
kids.
Yeah.
I mean, like we were talking. I mean, there was always the dares for children to go inside of it or knock on the door or something. It's always just been taboo, I suppose.
Or pee their pants.
Hey, yeah, I've heard that some children definitely do that. Although those same children probably grow up to be brother murderers, I would imagine. Definitely not me though.
Just turn to Tarun and say, "What did we get ourselves into here?"
Well, to be fair, Volo told us it was haunted. And if it's presumed to be haunted, it's presumed to be taboo. Not mentioning where we're moving in exactly until we have established better relations. I'd rather not embarrass myself twice in front of the elven kind. I don't get to speak with them often.
And that's something that's important to you then.
Well, it's like never being able to. It's like always staring through a window at half of your bloodline. Except for that other half is either staring you down, either frowning upon you because you look like you've just had to fight a rat for some food, or is somewhere off in the middle of the ocean, unknowing if you exist or not.
For the first time, Oliver will look at Tarun like fairly earnestly, kind of in the same way he like used to look like very fondly upon Sestilis, and say, "Well, like, can't pretend to say I know what that's like, but I know you usually do the talking. But if you'd like me to take the lead and perhaps spare yourself from that embarrassment. I'm happy to do so with the elven folk at least.
I can handle Elven usually. It's just I did not account for the house's reputation.
Yes, it seems to
So,
definitely be
Hexus
people.
and Census, you guys are privy to this conversation, just so you know.
Yeah,
Just so
I don't know. I'm a little stumped. We come from a not a great family background, but his seemed distinctly worse. I
Okay.
guess for the first time in my life, I'm just thinking about how awful it would be to grow up without people that loved you.
I'm just writing down what he's saying. Just like,
This is a very interesting person.
yeah.
Scribble, scribble, scribble.
Excellent. Okay. Just want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
All right. I wasn't sure if they were talking aside to each other. Thank you for like letting us
Mm.
know that we were there for that.
Yeah. Yeah, because, it's kind of it hit home a little bit, so I want to make sure everybody's part of that. So we kind of fade out on that heart to heart, and we fade back in on what's next.
We go into the
What's
Tiger's
next?
Eye or the bookshop.
Or the
There's
city
also the
bookshop.
Steam and Steel, which I believe was on the
Steam
route.
Steel as well.
Oh,
So
I
if we
forgot
like
about that one. Yeah.
going along the
Oh, yeah,
route,
that's
the
right down
Steam
the road.
and
Yeah.
So we'll do Steam and Steel, whichever's next, and then probably end with the creepy place.
Okay. So you make your way towards the Steam and Steel, which is a blacksmith's forge. Stout, sturdy building, two big smoke chimneys coming out the top of it. And the sign of which I described earlier. There's a few crates stacked out front. But this building is painted half blue, and then there's like elegant kind of transfer into red on the other side. And like I described before, it's Steam and Steel, red and blue. And actually, this is a more new place as far as Hexus and Census are concerned.
Neat. All right.
Wipe off a bit of the makeup to be a bit more simple and just head in.
Yep. So the lot of you enter, and you can see that this whole entire place is open for the most part. There's a couple of side rooms through like sturdy wooden doors, but there is a separation wall with a large opening, so you can see between both sides. On the front half, and it's split oddly, like it's not split down the middle. It's split like at an angle, like a yin yang kind of curved wall. And there is the front half of the facility. As soon as you enter, is blue ceiling, blue walls, blue floor, blue like carpeting, and there is metal weaponry hung on the walls. There is metal armor hung on the walls, chainmail. And there is a glass countertop with some more decorative daggers and longswords. And there is, behind that, you can see the blacksmith's forge. And the whole thing is painted red. There's red on the ceiling, red on the walls, red on the floor. There is, and there's like immense heat coming from that room. But there is a man standing in front of the counter, and the craziest thing about him is he is shaped like a dwarf. Though he is bald-headed, his skin is charcoal black, and there is veins of heat running throughout his skin, and he has this gargantuan beard of actual flames. There is actual flames licking up the side of his face. He looks like Endeavor. But this is his art. Ooh. He is standing there with a heavy blackened apron on, standing in front of this glass countertop. And he says, "Well, hello. Welcome to the Steam and Steel."
Neat. I work with metal too.
Do you now?
Absolutely. I'll just go up to him readily, show him my hands. I've done all of these. This is all my work.
Yeah, so
I
there is
know
this heat that's kind of radiating off of this guy.
Yeah,
Um,
I could definitely tell it's coming from, and I don't even care because I haven't had a good conversation about my craft in a long
yeah.
time.
So he says, "Oh yeah, let me take a look." And he begins taking off these big gloves, and he just kind of tosses them on the ground. And he takes off this huge leather apron, and he tosses it on the ground. And he begins peering over at them, and you can just feel this fire licking up at near your face. He says, "That's some quite crafty craftsmanship." And then from the back room, you hear a voice echo out that is very elegant and contrast to this gruff kind of dwarvish man-looking guy. And it says, "Embrick, did you put your apron on the floor again?" And he quickly straightens up and begins bending down to pick it up. And strolling into this room from the back room, there is a elegant man. He is tall, slender, and his skin is completely blue. He has this beautiful bluish tinted white hair that flows down from his side of his head. He wears a kerchief over one of his eyes, and you can see this beautiful pattern that's almost like engraved in his skin that feels and looks like water. He's wearing a beautiful long gown and a nice jacket, as you see this fellow enter in behind and says, and the kind of dwarvish guy, Embrick is his name. He says, "Oh no, Avi, I did not." And Avi, the blue-skinned one, says, "I heard you drop that on the floor. My mother told me not to marry a fire genasi, but here I am, water and fire genasis together, and you are a pig." And they turn to the group of you and says, "I apologize for my husband being a pig."
It was absolutely my fault. I assure you, I distracted him and called him over, and we began talking about our shared craft. I apologize. It is entirely on my head.
Tarun is just taken aback by this situation. Like, oh my, this is better than the plays. This is like, and he's just like processing how they've combined their
Sure.
work together. All of it.
Yes.
It's just waves and waves of yes.
Embrick
The
says,
fucking name of the shop. I just caught it too. God damn it.
So, Ambrick, he says, right. What they said, I was distracted. And, Avi says, "Go back into your workshop and leave the business to me." And, he says, "Well, you don't always have to talk to me like that, especially not in front of customers." And they begin small bickering, ending in Embrick grabbing up his kind of shit that he dropped and moving back into the back room as Avi kind of bows and says, "I'm so sorry. Avi is my name, and that is my husband, Emric. He is a mess, I assure you. We do not run our business like this."
Do not need to apologize. I'm sorry. We're new. We moved in nearby recently. Just today, actually, we're getting the deed transferred over.
New
And
neighbors! Did you hear that, Embrick? We have new neighbors! Right, dear, right. Ting.
And this is certainly took a bit of seeing the difference from. Well, you two are certainly standout fellows, I must say, but it is quite brilliant.
Avi bows and say, "You should browse our wares. Our work is brilliant."
Oh, that it is. I've
Yes.
seen the handiwork. You and your husband make fine goods.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are
Certainly.
you also a blacksmith here?
I make the armor
Oh,
and sell the goods, of course. My husband is a bit lacking in social skills. I heard that. Ping, ping.
I would love to have a conversation with you at another date, long depth about this. As I was telling your husband, I make my own jewelry, and it's
Oh
I
my, the
I
jewelry on
actually
you
am
made?
guild affirmed, so I have been meaning to start a shop here recently soon.
Avi says, well, as you can tell by my earrings, and he has on like these luscious earrings. He says, I am quite the fan of well, elegant jewelry.
And your taste is impeccable, I can assure you.
Thank you. You are too kind.
I'm gonna come back and talk to you. These are my fucking homies.
They all got homies now.
There is loud clamber coming from the back, and you hear Embrick say, "Oh, God damn it!" And Avi screams back, "Do not curse in front of the customers!" Sorry, I apologize for my husband. Is there anything else that we can help you with? Where are you moving into?
Just there up the road. Do I, d-
Up
do I
the
s-
road? Yes.
Manor.
I'm-
Have you heard of it?
Ah, okay.
Oh, we're not doing that.
They
Nope.
they
Takes
say,
time.
yes, I'm familiar. The place on the corner. Yes,
Yeah.
I've heard of it. I've seen it, rather. It could use a good fixing upping, but man, is it beautiful from the outside.
Yes. Certain parts of the inside have managed to hold up, but age will get to any building.
Yes,
presume.
are you planning on fixing it then?
Well, certainly if we plan on staying there for as long as we do.
Oh, did you hear that, Embrick? They're raising the property value of the whole neighborhood.
Gentrification.
I was like worried now, but no, it's just amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'll make a quick add-in. Oh, my brother and I, we're the youngest heirs of the Gemini estate. We live over on the other
Oh.
side.
You live on the Gemini estate.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Oh.
we've just got back from a very long journey.
Really? Well, that is quite interesting. I'm in the presence of nobles. Excuse me, my lord. And he bows.
Kind of just give a half-hearted like.
Good
And
flourish.
yeah,
Because I'm sure I'm used to it in some way.
they say, well, if we can help any of you with weapons or armor, you seem like the capable bunch. We can supply those, or perhaps once you have the manor fixed up, or I would love to have tea with you know, at the estate. They
We
say.
would love to have you. I'll fuck it. I'll even set up a date like right now. Like shit. How about in probably a week's time? How about you and your husband come and you can have tea and biscuits with us?
Oh my. I don't know about Embrick. It should be fine. I'll dress him up. I'll make sure he's on his best behavior.
I'm sure
And,
he'll look just as fantastic as you.
and he says, well, in a 10-day then, yes?
Absolutely.
He nods and says, well, if there isn't anything else, I was working on a piece in the back room.
Absolutely. Don't let me distract you.
Anybody else?
That's all from Tarun,
Right.
who's now realizing, well, this is how I introduced myself to nobles.
And yeah, who knew, right? And he bows deeply, and he shouts into the back, "Embrick, say goodbye!" And Embrick says, "Goodbye," and like comes out to the doorway and says, "Goodbye.
Bye, Embrick.
Hope to see you again."
You will.
And as you all turn to leave, you just hear a minor fight break out between the two. Like, I told you not to put your shit on the floor! And he's like, damn it! Stop being so mean to me in front of the customers! And they just start arguing back and forth.
As we
Seems
go out,
lovely,
I'm
though.
gonna turn to Hexy and could you put that on your calendar, please? I'll forget.
And I just want to kind of like look over as I'm jotting it down. I'll be like, and I'll have to look into a fireproof couch while we're at it.
Ooh, probably.
Yep.
I recommend bamboo. I hear it's quite resistant.
Texas, did I hear that correct? Are we in the presence of nobles?
We try not to talk about it too much.
Well, I mean, nor do I. I am a noble myself on my father's side.
Well, I seem to be quite out of sort then, gentlemen. Well, and I'll like do like a kind of like a half bow.
I kind of laugh at him while he's bowing. Just there's no need for that.
Certainly not. I mean, to fight the monsters in a sewer together, honestly, Bowser out of the question.
I've stitched up normal men and bums alike, and they're all the same on the inside. But nevertheless, I come from a place of manners, and I do want to pay my respects. It's nice to be in your grace.
It is a pleasure to be in yours, sir. I hear you're a doctor now. I didn't know that until this conversation.
Yes.
I just assumed you dressed eccentrically.
Uh...
I'm
Oh,
gonna
the-
shoot a cockeyed gaze over at Tarun.
Oh. They are quite the gifted healer. Let me know, I'd be dead twice over if not for them.
Yes, these are vocational robes, no doubt. Studied at the Church of the Almeida most of my life, and made a bit of a place to call home at the hospice, not too far away from here. But yes, it pales in comparison, of course, to Lordship. But Census, it seems like you're also quite the jeweler. You seem to take quite a shining to that luncheons, eh?
Oh, absolutely. It's been my favorite creative outlet of late. I think I really will dive more deeply into it as I get older.
I
Ah,
can tell and gesture to like all of the like piercings and jewelry. Like it's obviously super apparent.
Yeah.
been meaning to get new earrings. Perhaps I can ask you once I settle on a style, of course.
Absolutely. Anything you like. I'll hammer it out any number of ways you want.
Well, yeah.
Tarun takes a moment, realizes the obliviousness, looks at the brother like, "Do you see this too?" And then will just chuckle softly.
Who is also
it,
oblivious.
it went over my head. I'm just like, he hammers jewelry. That makes a lot of noise. I'm on the other side of the wall. I know.
Well then, my friends, where's next on the tour?
Just to confirm, that was tea and a 10-day, right?
Yes. Thank
Okay,
you. I appreciate you, Hexy. I'd be lost without you.
of course. Now to the
The wrong pencil.
There's a
Wait,
bookshop
next one? Is
and
the
the
next one the
Tiger's
worm?
Eye.
Yeah.
the bookworm.
Bookworm's treasure. That's where you want to go?
Yeah.
Okay, so you will have to pass this strange, slender building painted
well
all
then-
black, shutters and everything.
Well, then we'll go there first.
What is this peculiar building?
Seems to have popped up in our absence.
Yeah. It's relatively new.
Do we dare check it out?
Why not?
I'm gonna
What could
knock
be
on the
harm?
door as you're saying that. Just
All right. You,
God,
you
God
knock-
forbid the fucking voice of reason asks if we should. Yeah, let's do it.
I love it. No, that's good. So you rap on the door, and a moment passes, and the door quietly or like loudly creaks open, and standing tall above you, there is a man, perhaps which you've never seen. Maybe he is bald-headed, extremely muscular. He has almost pale white skin, and there are these black tattoos that run all across his head, his arms. He is wearing a full tuxedo suit. And
what sort of tattoos? Sorry.
they are like tribal patterns. He is a Goliath. But he looks old as shit. He looks like 80 years old. His skin is wrinkle on wrinkle on wrinkle on wrinkle. His eyes are sallow. It looks like almost a skull is piercing through his skin. That's how like old he is. And as he opens the door, he towers above you and looks down at you. Do you have an appointment?
No, but
I'm
I'd like to make
afraid-
one.
So speaking up over Tarun, his senses, who,
Sorry.
said, no, it's okay. That's
I-
how it happened. And he says very slowly, "Do you wish to make an appointment?"
Well, I would first like to know what this appointment is for. We're new to the alley where we have recently moved to Troll Skull Manor. My friend and I, the gesture to Oliver.
I whisper to Census, and I'm like, "Is this a brothel?"
I don't think so. He doesn't smell right.
Oh my god.
No, it smells like wood and cigars in there. And he says, Mr. Trench is an investigator.
Ah,
Neat.
Tarun,
Are you Mr. Trench?
Wish to make an appointment with him.
No.
Perhaps in about a month's time.
Come back when you want to make an appointment. Slam! The door closes.
Well, that was bizarre.
But
That's the word.
it might help.
Who's Mr. Trench?
It was very cloak and dagger, but I
Probably them.
maybe the third person.
Texas, have you heard of this person before?
Never. But while we're just kind of standing around bewildered, I got a funny feeling about that eye. So I want to cast detect magic on the eye while we're just kind of sitting around.
Yeah, sure. While that conversation was happening, yeah,
Yeah.
you can cast detect magic on the eye. Nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Well, perhaps we continue the tour then?
Yeah.
If they're if they're an investigator, I wonder if they have one of those policies where if they don't get you anything, they give you your money back. Then it might be worthwhile investing for me, since they probably won't find anything for what I
Probably.
want.
Talking about investigating our state.
No. There's a sailor I need information on. You could say.
That seems like this would be the place to do it. Absolutely.
Think that this Mr. Trench is some sort of private eye type of thing then?
They have an eye on the door, and
You do
the
seem very
general
private.
aesthetic they hold very told. I've met a few in the past. I once managed to cough up about 100 gold, but the person had a different policy, and it was all down the drain.
So to the bookworm's treasure.
To know at least, I suppose. Yes, let's go.
Okay. So you see the bookworm's treasure, the sign of which I described before. Keep closing my notes. Okay. Girl dragon turn around and so okay. So it is a two-story building. It looks like the top is like a house, but the bottom is a shop. As you open the door and enter, you can see that. Oh no, it's a three-story building. The top of which is a house, but two of the floors are open, with a kind of mezzanine that runs around the whole outside of it, like on the second floor, and It is stacked wall to wall with books. The entire place is filled with books. There's actually books piled up in different places. There once was a reading like a table with a lounge chair where you could read. It's just completely covered in books. You couldn't even sit in it if you wanted to. And rummaging about, there is a gold dragonborn. And he has, let's see, let's look him up. He has those kind of same. So all my dragonborns have like dreadlocks, but they're like tendrils kind of deal. But he has these long tendrils that hang down over his shoulders. He's wearing stately blue robes. He has these horns that curl back around his head, teeth poking out in every which direction. As you see, Rashal the page turner. And he turns towards you and says, "Yes, welcome to the bookworm's treasure."
Hello there. I'm looking for a new interesting read.
I recognize you. You have been here before.
Yes, I'm a frequent customer. I've been on leave for a while, and I'd like to update my collection.
Yes, you're one of the Geminis.
Indeed, I am.
He bows his head.
I bow back.
He says, I have many interesting reads. What can I help you with?
Well, I've recently come across knowledge of a relatively new author. Do you have anything from a Volothamp Gedarm?
When you say that, he noticeably changes his face to one that is bitter. And he says, "Yes, I have heard the name."
I just ran into him in the street, and he offered to sell me a copy of his book, and I wonder if you would have something like that here.
He says, "I do not carry works similar to his, though I do have one copy of Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes.
And,
Similar, but not the same."
And how much would that run me?
Well, considering it is quite rare, 125.
Interesting. I might be back for that. Not at the moment, but you've piqued my curiosity.
He nods. I also sell many a spell scroll.
Interesting.
Now, that could be very useful, brother.
True. I assume this is also a place where I could procure fine inks for transcribing of such spells.
He nods. And components.
Oh no, I do not have that much money. Okay.
Do you have the spell already?
I have identify. I just don't have.
You do have it prepared?
I don't have it prepared. I have it in my spell book, but I don't have.
Okay, you do. You do.
I do. Oh,
Mhm.
all right.
Yeah, if you start with it, I'll let you have it.
Okay.
Fair.
Yeah, but from this point on, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I kind of look over to Oliver. I'm like, do you have any need for diamonds or other resurrection materials, or is that not quite in your wheelhouse yet?
Well, I certainly know what you're alluding to. It's something that's a little bit above my current level of study, but perhaps in the future.
Understand.
Rune winces ever so slightly at the wording resurrection and thing before shaking his head,
Yeah, that's true.
considering recent
Considering.
events, and he'll
Yes.
just say, "Did you happen to have any Elven literature from about 20 years ago? So give or take."
He says, my shelves are lined with elven literature.
Good to know. I'll have to take a look a bit later. I'm currently working on making sure. I'm mostly meeting neighbors, seeing what shops are nearby, to know when I buy in the future. My friend and I have moved here recently.
To Troll Skull Alley.
Yes, the manor.
He cocks his head at you.
I know the reputation. Don't worry.
He says, I have heard rumors about that place.
So far, I have not seen evidence for most of them being true.
He nods. He will say, the study of undeath is one that I have not delved too deep into, but would be looking interested in it.
Well, if I happen to find clearer evidence of any undead being inhabiting our home, I would be glad to let you try to help us learn more about it.
He nods. He will say, currently, I have a fascinating book on the adventures of Laeral Silverhand, if that is something that interests you.
How much would that run me?
He will rummage through a shelf, flickering his little fingernails along it, and he will pull out a small book, maybe this big, and he will say, 5 silver.
I will give them 5 silver.
Okay.
And I'll take the book.
Excellent. Okay. Is there anything else? Anything else you guys would like to do in this place?
I'm solid.
No, it's a minute now.
Okay. All right. You exit out of. He bids you adieu, right, my lords, neighbors. He bows, and you all exit into the streets. So, what would you guys like to do now? You have met the neighbors.
This is going to be a lot of work to repair.
To be honest, if you guys don't mind, I would actually like to check out Troll Skull. It's been a long time since I've been there. Although I would like to stop by my house and maybe empty my bladder before I go. Again.
Well, welcome to show you the estate.
Not much
Perhaps
to look at currently.
Yes, it's a bit of a fixer-upper. Seem to notice that everyone seems to have some sort of pre-concocted notion as to the place. I'm just wondering what we've gotten ourselves into here.
Well, there was always rumors. It's terribly run down. It lowers property value. It's a blight in the neighborhood. Just genuinely nothing good about it. But
Yes.
new owners means perspective changes. So I think it would have been better handled if they were more accepting of your new ownership, because it could only make our lives better. It can't very well get much worse, could it?
No, I suspect not. Though the bar on the
Never
downstairs.
say that phrase in my presence ever. You may continue.
The tavern on the downstairs level seems to have a lot of potential. I think something perhaps you'd be interested in.
Absolutely.
Yes.
A new tavern in the area sounds fantastic. If I can stumble
See,
home drunk for only 3 doors, that saves me quite a journey.
see eye to eye there, my friend. And also, just as an aside, I'll say this out loud for everyone, but Tarun, do we need to evoke some sort of secrecy about our ownership of sculptural manor, or
I was waiting to see if I could get a gauge on personalities first before mentioning the ownership because it seems to very quickly change some perspectives. I
Yes.
should have made that clear. That is my bad. Working alongside others this frequently.
Well, I agree. I think you're right on the money there. So maybe we hold our cards kind of close to our chest when it comes to that, and check out the vibe, so to speak.
That is how I usually keep my cards to myself. So yes, that should be good.
Well, with no more ado, would you gents like to see the place?
I would love to.
Texas?
Are we stopping by home first?
You can.
I want to swing by the Coralon's Crown and inquire about some like flame retardant cream or the couch.
Okay, so
Smart.
while Oliver and Tarun and Census head towards your estate, the Gemini estate, Hexus quickly heads over to the Corlon's Crown. The beautiful chimes ring as you enter this musky atmosphere, and you see Fala.
Hello again. This won't be nearly as long as last time. Just inquiring, do you have anything that might help keep something from lighting on fire?
Give me a second.
So tactful yet so obvious.
I think there is something for that. I can't remember where I heard of it. Some sort of magic sunscreen.
Okay. This is really funny. All of these things. Let me read about them real quick.
I just kind of give like a side-eyed glance to the plant that tries to kill you.
Yes, it does try to kill you. So they say that they have a few succulents that have been kind of like it's like agave, basically, that they have like got all this glue from, and they say that this helps with like it's a flame retardant, but it's a jelly.
Ah, so it wouldn't go well with upholstery.
They cock their head at you and say, no, I do not think so.
Ah, well, perhaps I'll have to find something else.
They give you a confused look and bow a little bit.
I'm not gonna explain. I'm just gonna leave.
Excellent. So I don't know if I've explained this to you yet, but I award inspiration like all the time. You can take it. I'm giving you inspiration for that. But I don't know if I explained how I use it. So you can choose to use your inspiration after you roll. And I guess you get to pick between the two. I think what did I decide? I decided you keep the inspiration roll.
You
or
decided you keep.
Yeah,
I remember from
keep the
that one,
inspiration
whatever it
roll. Okay.
from getting worse.
That's why I made a call in the beginning. So you keep the inspiration roll, but you can use it after you fail, and you just keep it until you use it. And you can give it to other people too. If somebody fails, they're like, "Oh fuck," and you'd be like, "Oh, here's my inspiration," stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I usually award it for puns and creative play. So.
All I am.
So you all meet back up. Census, Bladder, fully relieved. There's the word.
I also wanted to give the foot cream.
Oh, yes. Okay. Your grandmother is quite thankful, and she'll ask, what are you up to?
Oh, we met some new friends. On our trip, we showed them around the neighborhood. They bought the troll skull estate.
She grimaces.
I
They
know,
bought
but
the Troll
they,
Skull Manor?
yeah, well, they were given it by whoever had the deed. So I suppose a free estate is a free estate.
She nods. And
With any
uh,
hope, they'll clean up the place and raise property value.
make a persuasion check real quick.
For what?
Just to see if you kind of swayed her mind.
Oh, I see.
Oh yeah, because she's gonna have a.
Just to see how you come off, you know.
Fair. Me.
Okay.
Me.
She is neither here nor there about it.
I'm not really sold on whether or not they will. They are still trying to decide, even if they want to mess with the whole situation. But I think that it could be something good for the neighborhood. Somewhat rowdy though. I think they're deciding maybe they want to open up a tavern in the bottom section, which was already essentially a tavern at
Yeah,
some point in time.
It used to be a tavern, yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess we'll just play it by ear and see what happens. Although I'm curious to see what they do with it.
Are you going back out then?
Yeah, we were gonna go check out their estate and just look around.
Well, be careful.
I will.
Don't get into trouble.
I'll try my best.
As
Oh,
she
oh,
as she caresses
I'll tell her about meeting and inviting the two Ganassi and
okay.
that whole exchange that I had with them, and I'll spare no detail. I'll go into great
Right.
length about the conversation
So-
and how much fun I had.
So she does get frustrated with your just blah 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 blah. But she does seem, happy to have guests. She has always been the kind of woman that likes to show off her wealth a little bit, not too much, but a little bit.
Tastefully.
Tastefully, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'll notice I'm bothering her, and I'll just stop blathering, and I'll give her a kiss on her forehead, and I'll tell her good night because I'm sure I will be gone more than she will be awake.
Yeah. So you say good night as you rush out the door, and she says, "Good night. It's midday," and then you head out.
I
and-
kind of expected our walk around the shops took longer than.
Oh no, not very long. It's 1 o'clock maybe.
Well, that's fair. I assume I won't be back till dark anyway. I don't normally
Yeah,
come back till
right.
dark.
No, I just was doing it for a joke. And then the party's joined out front of Troll Skull Manor.
I
Before
take off the
we
heels
before
I
we
walk
left,
back up.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to tell Bruno to look into the fire cream stuff. And
Yes,
the
so you
apothecary
actually.
was no help.
So you meet up with. So the party's actually standing outside of the Gemini estate, and yes, you quickly step in and speak with Bruno Ray, and he is so confused, but is like, yes, I guess I'll get right on that then.
Something.
Yeah.
Not gonna mention the guests. That's it.
All right, excellent. The party is joined.
Right this
So-
way.
Everything taken care of then, gentlemen.
Absolutely. Sorry it took so long.
It is quite fine. During that time, I'll probably switch from the heels to like the dress shoes.
Okay.
'Cause
I don't
I
poke any
ran in
holes in the
heels.
floor.
yeah.
Good.
I'll
Oliver looks the exact same.
just change shoes. I'm in the dress. Not changing in the street.
Okay, well, we will
Probably fine for
pull
that.
all of you over to this map then. But do you guys want to just give him a tour of the downstairs?
Yeah, for like expediency's sake, I'm
Yeah, they'll show them the tap room mostly, and someone will actually go into like their ideas for it because they haven't discussed that fully with Oliver, and this is actually one of the few times students actually had to make something instead of conning and stealing.
Right. Does Hexus and Census have vision right now? Can you see this place?
I do, yes.
Yes.
I can see.
Okay. So as the large chain that's around this front door, with the large padlock, is unlocked by Tarun and drops to the ground, the doors have to be kind of shoved open a little bit as you look inside, and there is a few tables, a bar. There is piles of wood where tables once stood. The bar is got holes in it. But there is the makings of a. All the windows are either smashed out or have boards over them. The ceiling is caved in some places. There is for some reason, there's water dripping from somewhere. But yeah, you guys are in the tap room right now.
So,
Uh,
my sort of idea with this place is, to save expenses, some of what looks at first in the current state as detrimental could be reused for a more spooky aesthetic, like the boarded up windows. We don't necessarily need windowed glass on every door. If you have boarded up, that kind of gives that haunted aesthetic. You of course will need a good sign to show it's open eventually.
That's very clever.
And as for some of the tables, keeping them giving them just enough repair to keep together is likewise going to be the best option. And of course, the piles of wood, you might be able to sell not for much, but for driftwood and scrap.
Smash! You hear this loud smashing noise as you quickly all turn around, and a chair was for some reason shattered on the wall.
Make that one less chair.
That's unfortunate. That was a good one too.
I put my shield on.
The rune is actually going to take a deep breath and say, there is a fire, and seemingly as if like this is now a new show, a new game to them, like doubling down on what they're doing. It's just saying, now there is a fireplace, which I don't know how much repairs are needed there, but I do believe we should be
What
able to get
is the reaction from the other people as
Yeah.
Tarun begins
I'm
rambling
picking
about
up on what he's putting down, and I'm gonna have the conversation. I'm gonna keep that up to see if
So-
that shit happens again.
So
Yes.
after the chair is thrown, I've got my 10-foot pull out. I'm in full like this is a ruin exploration mode.
Okay.
Floor in front of me so that the boards don't fall out.
Yeah,
And
checking for crap.
as soon as the chair flings, I'm gonna like expend a spell slot, cast detect magic wherever
Excellent.
it came from.
Excellent.
Is there anything over there?
As you cast detect magic, with your 10-foot pole out, you're ready to go.
Yeah.
As Census and Tarun begin like, oh, and we'll fix this up, and oh, this will look so nice over here, and we see Oliver has a shield on, a bit shaken. Yeah, he's like, nah, we're not fucking with this today. And you
could
throw
turn it
out
around.
your dust, right? And as it kind of settles over the room, there is a faint glow over some sort of humanoid figure that is just standing in the corner right here.
Spooky. Wait, can only Hexy see it?
Only Hexus can see this.
All right.
I want to walk up to it.
Excellent. As they're picking up chairs and pushing them in and adjusting the table, they're like, look at how nice this place could be. You begin slowly approaching this figure.
And I want to poke it with the pole, see if it's physical or just invisible.
You like stick the pole out and it just like impales whatever thing was there, but there is no reaction. But you can tell from like the shimmering around this detect magic that it shifts its gaze towards you. You can just see its like face kind of turn, but there is no face. It's just an outline, but you can see it turn towards you and its body language is like out. And then it takes a step back into the wall and disappears.
Fuck.
We could make this fireplace really nice, Tarun says.
So I was thinking the tables that were damaged, we could chain them back together to add to the spooky appeal.
I don't
While
think chaining
still-
would quite work, but maybe gluing and leaving it noticeable that they were once damaged.
I'm just gonna
However-
look back at
maybe.
Oliver.
Tarun, bold as ever. How sturdy does this counter look? I
Oh
presume
yeah, it's the only sturdy thing in the whole goddamn place.
just stand on it and say, I honestly think this could be the beginning of a brilliant business.
Oh, I agree. I agree
Gents, are we
entirely.
really not going to address what you said?
I'm gonna look at Oliver with a bit of a cocky smirk and just say, what the evidence that we might not be alone, but to hell if they're going to kick me out.
Well, just
Besides, aren't you a cleric? Don't you know how to deal with that?
tell
sort
me
of
what
thing?
to prepare and I'll follow your footsteps. You know the deal.
Right.
Tarun, as you are standing on the table and are on the counter, and Hexus, you do not see a figure or anything, but in the dust that's on the countertop as you go to get back down, words begin writing, and it says "Get out."
I'm going to prestidigitation to make it say no. And I'm just going to simply state, looking about, I'm afraid I do have plans to make this a functioning business. Shade or no shade.
There's a moment of quiet.
So I just kind of
You
look
can
over
either
the-
work with me or work against me. That is your choice.
What were you gonna say, Hexus?
I look over to Census, and like I'm not the superstitious type. I'm like the concrete. This is happening or this is not happening, and I just kind of look at you, and I'm like, this place is haunted.
No, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I wasn't sure if that was a thing until now. I'm so glad this thing didn't attack us when we were children.
So you admit it. You peed yourself over nothing, and I say that loud enough for everybody to hear.
Well, evidently I peed for something because there is something here.
But you just said it never attacked you as a kid.
Well, maybe I felt its presence as a child. You don't know these things.
I'm gonna sit down in the sturdiest of the chairs. Looking. Waiting
What's
for a
that?
response. I'm
What did
sitting
you say?
down.
Did you say anything? You just chill.
I'm just sitting.
Okay.
I'm at this point going to take out my water skin and pour a few drops of water onto my hand and like kind of a deck of cards, fan this over the room. And I'm going to cast Create Water for
Okay.
like a rainfall of a 30-foot cube in here to see if
Oh, yeah.
the rain will distinguish any like shapes of invisible people.
That is
Um,
genius.
So you do that, and another thing, Census, your detect magic would still be going.
Yeah.
Hexus.
You do not see, or Hexus. I'm sorry.
I know.
Um,
I'm sorry. We're
Yeah,
twin
it's
names.
it's my first time, so I'll get it eventually. But you don't see anything. But Oliver, you fan out this water, and it kind of douses everything in the room. Everybody gets a little wet. And you didn't see anything. Washed away some of the dust.
It's a 30-foot cube, so it's basically this whole room, and I'll
Yeah.
kind of try and see through the water, which is like super annoying. I know it's kind of fucking annoying for everyone, but I'm like definitely not as cool as Tarun about like, oh, we'll just sit here and see what happens.
Yeah, you don't see anything. Even if you rolled like really really good, you didn't see anything.
Well, and I'll have to talk a little bit louder because the rain coming down now, but it appears that we're alone, at least for the time being. I don't know what the plan is from here, though.
Simple.
I don't know. Maybe we should search the grounds for remains of the specter. Maybe
Remains
if
of
it
a
even is
specter.
that. I don't know. I think finding bones of the dead thing might help you make the dead thing less dead and push it forward. I don't
Do
know.
you know anyone who would have been here when it was a tavern? Or
No, I
could
was
have had
much.
the opportunity?
I'm much too young. I'm sorry. We could ask. We might be able to ask my grandmother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully they.
But I
know
definitely have to
something.
dry off before I go home, or she will hit me.
I will precipitation do my best to clean you up.
Okay.
Cleaned.
I'll
Is
kill the create water.
Yep, no problem.
there a door on the wall that that ghost disappeared into?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Did you notice anything with the 10-foot pole?
Not with the pole, but I.
Oh no, you did notice that the entire place is a death trap.
Oh, well, yeah, but
Every floorboard is just this close to falling in.
not about the ghost. But I did detect a figure disappear into this corner.
Any idea of the origin, shape, what they are?
Vaguely humanoid. I want to
Fair.
kind of give this wall a knock. Is this like an outside wall or
Is
So
it the wall to the stairs?
this wall right here, yeah.
yeah?
So there are it is just a solid block wall, no hollowness or anything to it. But the only way to get to the second, third, and fourth floors of this house is from this staircase right here.
But there's
Did
no door to that staircase.
No, you have to go all the way outside to get up into the higher floor.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You said it moved. Where did it go?
Through this wall.
That wall.
This wall.
So it's going to get up. Well, I guess it's time. I should probably pick a room then, with like that same daring, cocky attitude to them.
He's like, I'm gonna go fuck with this ghost. You're one of those guys that are like, come fuck with me, ghost! And they got their like EMF readers.
I'm like
and they're
the.
like, yo, fuck you, ghost! Come fuck with
I'm like
me!
I'm like the guy from BuzzFeed Install, just like Ghost Man. I'm on your bridge.
All right, cool.
Dance on your bridge.
So Tarun seems determined to find out about this ghost. What would the rest of you like to do?
I think I'm gonna follow with my plan, and I'm gonna go talk to Grandma.
Okay.
I'm curious as well. I want to check out upstairs.
Okay. Oliver?
I'm all about solving the unsolved.
Well, I suppose we could split just for the time being. If you don't mind company to talk to your grandmother, I suppose I could come with you. Census?
Sure, seems good to me.
Excellent.
Arun, you've got this handled then?
I am in heaven right now. I got this.
I am absolutely unconvinced, but we will return as soon as we can.
Hey, if it's got a brain, I can attack it.
But I'll kind of lean into Tarun and say, make sure Cecilis's sword is still in the fire, above the fire that way.
If they touch it, death will be the second worst thing to ever have happen to this shade.
I'll kind of like grab him like behind the head as like a really like thing of camaraderie.
I'm gonna look over to Census and be like, just remember, and then I'm gonna cast message and whisper to him that I'm never that far away.
Yeah.
Just in case you need me.
I'll shout if I do.
Excellent.
I'm gonna kick open my own front door.
Excellent. Cool. So the party's splitting up. Let's
At
do
least
the
it's in
Gemini.
Paris.
Let's do the Gemini state first. So, Census and Oliver, you leave and head back towards the Gemini state. When you enter, you can see. Well, you don't see anybody.
What time? Yeah, this is like what 2 p.m.
Mm-hmm. You would like to go see grandmother upstairs?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go find Gran.
You go to find Gran, and when you actually, I figured out the scene. Okay, so you open up the front door and you hear shouting coming from upstairs.
What kind of
Census.
shouting?
It's hard to say. it's muffled, like maybe in closed behind a closed door.
All right. I'm just gonna bolt up, I guess.
Yep,
If it's
Oliver.
if it's like dangerous kind of shouting, or if it's just like,
Hard
"How
to say.
dare you drop that tea set?"
How dare you? Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say.
Okay.
Um,
All right.
you as you bolt up the stairs, you hear that it is coming out of your mother's room.
Odd. I will
Not
get
that
to the
odd.
door and just
Yep.
put my ear to it.
Yeah. As you put your ear to it, you can hear just yelling like ah ah, and you can hear the voice of your grandmother saying, "Calm down, dear. Calm down."
Yep. I'm just gonna wait outside.
Okay.
Not
Um,
going in.
yep. After
Sensation. Sounds like they need aid.
It's fine. Leave it alone.
After a moment, is some light humming coming from behind the door, and it sounds like your mother has calmed down. And your grandmother, Theodosia Gemini, opens the door, and when she comes out, you can see that your mother is sitting with her knees up and her head in her legs, and there is just paint flung all over the room. And your grandmother is now covered in paint. And she steps out and closes the door and then realizes that there's company. And she says, "Oh, excuse me. I'm so very sorry. Excuse me, please, just one moment."
Oliver, can you please go wait downstairs? And then I'll tell grandmother, do you want me to get you a fresh change of clothes while you take a bath?
Um, she says, "Don't worry about it, dear. Entertain the guest. I'll have Molly on it."
I apologize. I only came to ask you a question.
Um, she says, "Well, come back later."
Absolutely. I didn't know mother was having a fit.
Yep. And she goes, calls for Molly.
Okay. I'm just gonna go to Bruno then.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. And
You
I'll
find Bruno.
yes.
He's cutting meat. He's like chopping in the kitchen.
Yeah.
You have a really really big kitchen.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm sure you heard mother just had another fit again.
He grimly nods, grunts.
So I have befriended the new owners of the Troll Skull Estate, and I'm wondering, we just had a strange occurrence that seemed much like a real poltergeist. I mean, a chair flung in the middle of a room for nothing. Hexus didn't even know what was going on, so you know it had to be something mystical.
Is that right?
Do you know of anyone that has died in the estate? Perhaps a previous owner?
He kind of sets down his knife for a second, and he kind of looks over at you, and he says, "Well, I'm not sure if anyone has died there, but the old owner, his name was Liff. He was a good bloke, but not sure what happened to him.
Just disappeared?
Not quite sure.
All right.
But one day he was there, and the next he wasn't."
All right. Thank you, Bruno. I will have to apologize to Gran at some other time,
Yeah.
bringing a guest in unannounced.
Yeah. He nods.
I will pay
towards
for
you.
that.
And he kind of grits his tusked teeth towards you, like, "Yeah, you're right," and
Whatever
he will
comeuppance.
continue his work.
Yeah. I'll just tell Oliver, I'm sorry, this has been a dead end. Let's rejoin the other two.
Yes, of course, please. Just like politely as I can, pretend to not notice all this chaos and just fall in line and follow him out the door.
It's like going to your friend's house and like their
Yeah.
parent just beats the
Their
shit out of
parents
them.
are fighting,
And then y'all just keep playing games. You
I
just-
I will say, Jay, if I was like able to like look in the room at all while this like the fit was happening and hearing him like describe it as that, is there any like medical thing I would have picked up on that? Like I know what is like afflicting this person, or was it?
So you didn't actually see into the room.
Okay.
But I'll allow a medicine check.
Okay. Let's see.
Let's see what you get from what you know.
12.
It's hard to say.
Yeah. Okay.
But this is also like middle-aged medicine, so they could have some kind of affliction, mentally
Sure.
is possible.
Okay.
But you're not sure. It's far from you to make assumptions.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
Okay, so you make your way back towards the tavern. Let's figure out what happens at the tavern. Rather, Troll Skull Manor. Tarun, the door. Did you or did you not lock the door? Oh no, it wouldn't be locked. Because Vala was the last person to or Floon was the last person to close it, and he doesn't have the key.
Yeah, so I just head in.
Yep. So you just roll right in. Do you kick down the door for real?
Not kick it down.
It would
but
be
kick it open.
incredibly easy to do so.
Yeah, not kick it down just because it's expensive, but like it's opening faster than you.
Yeah. You're like trying to chase your ghost chasers.
No, I'm just like not like full chase, but like confident striving. Like I'm not gonna run for you, but I'm marching.
I'm
Please don't get
following.
my ass, Ghost. Please
I'm
don't get my
following
ass.
10 feet behind,
Okay.
tapping in front of me
Excellent.
in case there's any boards that would break
Yeah,
that
you
they
have to
missed.
skip one of the steps.
Yeah.
Don't step on that step as you continue up your up. And Tarun throws the door open, and you are now inside this common room. The ceiling has caved in this room, and there are boards on the floor that once were part of the ceiling. But now you can see the ceiling joists that run through.
Gonna loudly announce, I gave you an option. I expect an answer if you wish to stay here in this plane of existence in whatever form you are in.
I'm keeping
Make
up
an
my
activity.
detect magic, by the way.
Excellent. So yeah, you would have had time to cast it again before you came up here. Tarun, why don't you make me an intimidation check?
We're intimidating this goes. You're gonna listen to me, boy. Fuck.
You get no response.
I'm gonna begin looking around a bit more, checking the rooms.
Looking around, you notice that there is a 10-foot pole that's consistently tapping the floor and checking the walls and ceiling, and dust just randomly flying in different places from behind you as Hexus is investigating with you.
Well, this is an impromptu tour if I've ever heard of one.
Yeah. So you head into what once was the den, where there are lines of empty bookshelves and an overstuffed chair that all the stuffing has been pulled out of it by some kind of animal. A few rat droppings on the ground. It's dark as hell in here because there is no windows, even though the whole turret is surrounded by windows. Nothing.
I'm gonna check the balcony. Like look at the balcony. Actually, I'm not gonna check the balconies because that's probably too far in sight for the thing. So I'm gonna go down the hall. Like I'm just checking every room.
You're just checking every room?
Is that a door or just a wall?
That's a door.
Okay.
Until I get to the one room I still can't get into the thing.
Yeah. So you, both of you, quickly throw open every door in the house, and even with your detect magic, you don't sense anything. There's nothing. You search the whole house, except for that one attic room where you can't really push the door open. But I mean, you can see in there, kind of do your detect magic in there. You don't see anything.
Okay.
But
is there
you're
another floor?
This is what I meant, by the way. I forgot.
right. So Tarun, you open this door into this turret, and Hexus, you're right behind. Yeah. Okay. And there is a ladder that goes up into this turret. There's like a tower that sits on the side of the place, but there is a ladder that leads up to a trapdoor, a sturdy wooden trapdoor.
This place?
Mm-hmm.
This is the one room we could not get into.
Oh, that's true.
But I have an idea. I have realized something. I need to double check the specifics on. Oh wait, hold on. I can just click it here. What am I doing? I set up a simple system for myself
They do
and then
that.
forgot.
Roll 20 is good like that.
Yeah. Look, these are my spells. Boop.
Mm-hmm.
Non-magical trinket or trinket. No, trinket's too
Presto's so
small.
useful in so many different situations.
Not in unlocking this door.
Sure.
I mean, I've got a pickaxe if you just want to try and smash the lock off.
Well, here's the thing. Could I make a bobby pin?
You cannot pick a lock without lock picks.
Fair enough.
How strong are you?
Not the strongest, but I'm half proficient in anything.
You pan over to this scrawny.
I'm still in a dress. I wanted a ghost in a dress.
Yeah,
Is it a 10 or an 8?
it's 10.
10.
Well, I got an 8, so you're stronger than me.
Yeah.
I like to think my headcanon, you're just casually like eyeing each other's muscles a little bit. Yeah, I guess like I guess you're a little bit bigger. I don't know.
ML, so it's hitting.
Why don't you give it a shot? I got a feeling it'll go better than you think. And I'll hand you the pickaxe.
I'm actually not going to use the pick. I'm going to use my rapier.
You're gonna. Nah, that's not gonna fly, bud.
Fair enough.
You cannot stab this lock into working with you. You have to
No,
smash.
I was gonna
the
try
fucking
to-
door down.
I was going to try to smash the lock.
Nah, not with a
Yeah,
rapier.
not with a
Not with a rapier.
It's flimsy.
Fair.
It's supposed to bend.
It goes
Fair enough.
bling.
Yeah. It's good for like when you're fighting a paladin, you hit his metal armor and then it slides up the plate and pierces in.
Fair enough. I guess I'm going to try to bust in.
I'll use
I'm
my
half proficient.
I'll use my second portent to give him a 13.
Okay.
That's
So
a
he
total of
quits.
15.
Yeah, so well, hold up. He do you have
Well,
to use
portent's
it, or
after.
Can you use it after?
It's supposed to be after.
I think
remember
I
reading
think
it.
you have to do it before.
No, you don't.
I'm pretty sure it's after, isn't it?
Yeah, it's-
Because it's Buster.
you must choose to do so before the roll.
Hold on. Ah.
Yep.
Don't
That's
fuck with my roll.
It's
There you go.
okay. So here's what happens. You let me hold up. Let me find my notes here.
13 would have given me a 14 total because I have
14
my
total.
plus.
Yeah, no, we got this. Give me a second. Let me find my fucking notes. Where are my notes for the manor? There we go. Okay. All right. Cool. So, with that, you take your this pickaxe. You're precariously standing on a ladder. You take it and swing with this pickaxe, and for some reason, you strike so true right in between this lock, like a padlock, right in between it, and you hit it with such force that it pierces through it. The width of the pickaxe snaps the lock, and you drive it into this door. So now the pickaxe is stuck inside of the door.
I'm going to use the pickaxe as the new door handle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The new door handle now. Like, you can
Yep.
get that out once we're up there, and I'm going to climb on up.
That's cool.
Absolutely.
I like that.
So this pickaxe now firmly stuck into this hard wooden
I'm
door.
pretty confident Hexy wants it back though.
He pushes the door open as it flops to the other side, and this cloud of dust, you would think, kind of fills the air around you. But then you realize it is not dust. It is bird droppings. As you realize that there is a hole in the roof, and the entire floor is white and black. And there is about 7 ravens perched throughout this peak of this turret, where some of the windows are still intact, but most of which have been smashed in. And it's just a turret with a wooden floor that you can't even see because it's so covered in bird shit. And there's like 7 ravens precariously perched throughout this room, and they all begin. Rah, 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 rah. 2 of them flutter out.
Oh, sorry, my friends. I was looking for a ghost that decided they want to destroy our new parts of our new abode. I'm gonna
Yep.
just
Do you
casually
climb up?
toss a bit of food to them. Yeah, as I climb up.
Yeah. Okay. What?
Precipitation to clean up as best I can.
Like some rations, some shitty ration stuff.
Basically, like some because most of my rations are like dried fruits, jerky, raisins. So just like a couple.
Oh, some raisins.
Yeah,
Yeah,
toss
and
some raisins up to them.
you climb up, and a few of them hop back away from you. Hexus, do you wish to come up as well?
Um,
There's bird
well,
shit
I'm gonna
everywhere.
wait for him to go up first, and then I'm
Yeah,
gonna
he's up.
try and pry the
Don't look
pick
up my
out of the
skirt.
door.
Make an athletics check.
Oh boy. Athletics. Oh, I guess I do have a 10 strength. It's 8 charisma. That's what I got.
It's stuck.
Not
though.
great.
It's stuck. Do you keep trying, or you're gonna just give up and go climb?
I'll get the census to come up here and
So you climb up.
yeah, does the ladder look sturdy? None of the rungs broke
Nah, you're
under
good.
them climbing? Okay.
You're good.
So I'm gonna climb up after him.
Yep. As soon as your head pops up, you can see the silhouette of a figure just standing in the room, staring at Tarun.
Your friend is here. And I just kind of like point with the pole to the middle of the room.
I have seen employment forms before, right?
Okay.
This is a weird question, I know.
Yeah. Why don't you give me some background for this question first?
I have false identity still.
Okay.
I have paper and I have inks.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Let me double check. There's nothing in the Code Legal against hiring ghosts.
Okay.
But if they want to stay, I'm not gonna have a freeloading ghost smashing my shit.
Okay. So you get this thought, but what? How do you wish to approach this situation? You are right now looking at an empty room full of ravens, basically. Another one kind of flutters out.
I'm going to take a deep breath. Say, perhaps we got on the wrong foot. You did throw a chair. However, if this place once belonged to you, surely you do not wish to see it in such disrepair. So I ask this of you. If you wish to stay here and assist us in restoring this place to its former glory and making it a tavern for all to enjoy and a place where life can flourish, work with me here and give me some sign you're willing to move forward here.
Make a persuasion check.
I'm gonna even hold out my hand. Like,
If
shake
you have
my hand.
inspiration, I think this would be a time to use it. Oh, you
I got
got that
17.
shit. Yeah.
All right. So you get no response to Rune, but Hexus, you notice that the figure that once had its kind of arms out, almost aggressively posturing,
Mm-hmm.
the posture lessens and it turns towards one of the ravens and sticks its hand out. And one of the ravens, Tarun, you notice that it waddle up and just kind of moves around like this. And you can see, Hexus, that this guy is petting this raven. But you don't see that, Tarun. You don't notice anything. No response.
I mean, he doesn't hate you.
The
He
start.
seems indifferent.
That is better than I could have expected.
I want to walk up to this figure and just kind of like hold my hands out towards them and be like, "May I?"
As you stick your hands out, um, both of you see materializing, right? As if it was wreathed in flame. There is this, it's like purplish, bluish, wispy kind of energy that flows around this figure as you see this horrible, gaunt face with its jaw sucked in. It looks like a fucking skeleton almost, with all of its skin still stuck to it. Its hair is sticking up in the air. And both of you see this as it goes towards both of you.
I would like to try to just show no reaction to this.
Well, let's see how that goes. Give me 1 second. Let me see what this fucking thing can do.
My wisdom saves aren't awful.
Pray for once I get charisma, but I doubt it.
I need both of you to make wisdom saving throws.
15.
9.
Tarun, you do feel a bit frightened by this figure's presence, but Hexus, it's so close to you and it's screaming right in your face that you are like ready to run. You're terrified.
I kind of like fall prone and I just like,
Push back. Yeah, and then it's the form fades again.
I'm
And
just gonna be
actually,
like,
you watch it disappear into a wall.
would have taken a no.
It's now gone. It has no response for you, Tarun.
Very well. Try not to upset the dead. They're likely more volatile than the living. If my experience with the dying is anything to go off of, and he'll head down. He'll head down. Kind of coldly, seeming kind of cold and shut off.
I will shakily follow.
Yep.
I'm gonna check on the sword.
When the scream happened, this creature screamed. All the ravens flew off. But you check the sword. I'm sorry.
I'm double checking the sword to make sure make sure the whatever it is has not fucked with it.
No.
Okay. It knows better.
Oliver and Census return to the tavern and find that no one is in there, so you begin heading up to the main hall, around the other side, and all of you can join in the common room. Wait, yes, no, the hall.
Well, did you do it? Did you kill this ghost or whatever you're supposed to do with it?
I managed to calm it down before they scared it off. Well, caused it to let out looked like an attempt to frighten. Seems like something someone would see when I use my whispers or hear.
So
It was definitely frightening.
So we do have a ghost then in the manor.
Yes, but it seems somewhat willing to work with us.
Oh dear. Well, either this is our next adventure, the greatest publicity stunt ever pulled for the opening of our new tavern, I suppose.
Oh, it's going to need to be a lot better repair. Do we know anything about who used to own it?
Yes. Gesture to Census.
We got nothing great except for the previous owner apparently just stopped doing things or left it in disrepair. I really didn't get good information.
Do you know a name?
Sorry. Nothing. I got almost nothing. Wait, did I get a name?
Yeah, Lif.
Oh fuck, sorry.
I don't know if
I'm
I was
so
privy
bad
to
with
that
names.
conversation, but you definitely got me.
I'm so bad with names.
What was the name again?
Lif. Lif.
Yeah, I remember it now.
Lif.
Yeah. I have
And
in
they
my
seem to
notes
just
here.
vanish.
Yeah, Liff used to live there. One day he disappeared.
Or just left it in disrepair. There was no real information on if they had actually gone or not. They just kind of stopped. I suppose was like the gist of what I got from the butler.
Oh, we managed to. Oh, we managed to get the tower open.
Okay, well that's something. Tarun,
There's
if you
a hole and a lot of bird shit.
have
Speaking of
you-
which, Census, would you help me out? We seem to have lodged my pickaxe in a door.
Ah, yes. This happens more frequently than it should, brother. I'm
To
gonna
be
just gonna go.
fair, they gave it to
figure
me
it
to
out.
break a lock with.
It happens. We've done that trick once or twice.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go.
Tarun, if-
I'll go try to pull it out.
Yep. Why don't you make an athletics check?
Tarun,
Sorry,
if
what?
you have a name, will that help?
Athletics check.
Ruder to refer to someone as this ghost. I mean, they have a name. Try it. They-
Yeah.
They definitely respond more to me when I was calmed down better. So frightening them is not the way to go. Odd question, but I don't think there's any laws against hiring the undead or dead.
Yeah, that one's not really clear in the code legal. So, Census, you are led by Hexus and followed by Tarun and Oliver to the tower. And you see this door is slung open. This trapdoor is still open. And you can see the handle of a pickaxe kind of sticking out.
Ah,
You climb up, look around in this room I described before. One of the ravens has since returned. And
hello,
you
birdie.
you can't get it out.
Are all of us weak?
I think it's stuck this time. I mean, I have a 10 strength. I'm not like terribly great.
Yes, everyone is weak.
Oh goodness.
Even the
Strength
cleric-
is the most commonly dumped stat anyway. So like, you know,
Come on,
So-
you
pal.
gotta have heavy armor.
Census, won't you try that again, and I'll put my hands on him and massage his back and cast guidance.
Remember, bend with the knees, not the back. I'll give bardic inspiration. Let's just. I have
DM
4 years.
Chan, is this okay?
Yes. Yeah,
All
we're
right.
changing the parameters.
All right,
and-
okay, all right. I'm gonna spit in both my hands, rub them together. All right, fuck it, I got this time.
Natural one.
If
Oh, you
you
want- do you want me
fucking
to do it with
fail, I'm
advantage?
gonna be so surprised.
Do you want me to do it with advantage?
No, you do not get
No,
advantage.
I don't
You
get
just
advantage.
to-
Just guidance is D4. That's right.
Guidance-
That's
I could
right. That's
I
right.
could hex you for disadvantage if you want.
Oh, please do. That would be great. Make a fucking fool of me.
Oh, add the dice. Add the dice.
Oh, that's
What?
4D4. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was 4D4. But
Yeah.
whatever.
2 for the first
22.
one. There's
Two,
all. Don't forget the
and-
d6.
and a
And the
D6.
D6.
Oh yeah.
Come on.
Awesome.
23.
23. 23.
All right,
That's pretty
so
fucking solid, man.
as you
I
spit
wish
on your
that
hand,
was that was a 4 or
feel,
6.
you feel good. So when you felt that when Oliver was kind of massaging your shoulders, you just felt this kind of good kind of feeling for some reason, and
Shoulders.
Tarun throws in that quippy bit, and you're like, I can probably just rip this bitch right out. And you spit on your hands, rub them together, grab onto it, and just bink, pull it right out with no problem. I mean, it's like, the spit was what it was. You just needed to spit on
That's
your
all it
hand.
was, yeah.
That was it. It just came out, pink, right back out. No problem.
You don't need to be so tense in your shoulders all the time. This is a common thing I see amongst patients. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you. You're a nice man.
And I reach over for the pickaxe and I say, and thank you. And I start like wiping off the spit a little bit.
I'll precipitation clean it off for you.
There you go. Excellent. Okay.
Shut the door.
Yep. It seems that whatever ghost activity has since calmed.
About what time is it now?
It's time to go to the yawning portal, my friends.
I figured.
Let's just get there.
Yeah,
Alright.
we're headed.
So a bit of time passes. Do you wish to address the yawning portal to your new friends?
Have either of you been to the yawning portal?
I've heard of it. I've actually not been to this bar yet.
Yeah, both of you have heard of it for sure, but never been.
Oh, do I have a tale? Well, the tale of how we came to own the place actually starts here, with a bar fight. Well, helping my half-orc friend in a bar fight that ended up with blades drawn, and a troll popping out of the middle, the entrance to the portal it's named after.
Trolls are definitely quite fearsome.
Yes, you should have seen Durnan fight it. Oof. Makes sense that they were on such an adventurous bar. We got them oil actually, so they could light the thing, keep from healing.
Only the most heroic adventurers go there,
Yeah,
Obviously, you're frequenters of the bar.
Take inspiration.
Yeah.
I was like, that's gotta be it.
God, I love that. It's my favorite character trait. All right, so you guys are having this chat while you're walking towards the yawning portal, and as it gets to be late afternoon, the heavy rain clouds have since parted, and now soon in all her beauty shines upon the city of Waterdeep as you make your way towards the yawning portal. So, Hexus and Census. Take this as you will, but I imagine Census is like, fuck yeah. You can already tell, just by being into the vicinity of the Yawning Portal, that it is a raucous and rowdy place. There is chanting and singing, and you can hear many, many conversations going on. You can hear the grunts of perhaps some kind of arm wrestling happening. And there is this 4-story building with a simple sign that comes out of the top that says "The Yawning Portal." And as you push the doors open, we get a scene from behind all of your heads as you push the doors open. We kind of survey the beauty that is the Yawning Portal, and I'll pull you guys over to the little map as we see my favorite bar, the Yawning Portal.
It is a pretty cool bar.
It's my favorite for sure. So there is a mezzanine that goes up 3 floors, right? So you can actually see up to the 2 floors above. There is many tables and chairs. There's booths all around the side. But the main feature is in the center of the room, there is a 40-foot hole that is surrounded by a 3-foot wall, 3-foot high wall all the way around it, with a large pulley on the ceiling and a rope that comes from the bar where Durnan stands down into a basket that adventurers take down into the Underdark, and it just descends into just utter darkness. You cannot see down there. And this place is popping. There's many people, bards singing. But on the first floor, sitting at a table nearby, you hear over the din, you hear, "My friends!" As you all turn and see a one Volothamp Gidarm. Sitting next to him are 2 redheaded fellows, and Hexus and Census. You would acknowledge that one of them is the redhead that you met earlier. The one sitting next to him could be his brother, maybe even his twin. They look very similar, and has ginger hair, almost the same length. Only the one guy has a nice kind of stubble going on. But they're both dressed like noblemen, certainly. And Valo has his arms out, a mug of ale in his hands, as all of you enter this raucous place.
On hearing Valo's very familiar voice, I will gladly partake to the bar first and get drinks for everyone instead of going straight there.
Straight to Valo. All right.
I will, noticing their destination, give a nod and go to sit next to Raynar and just say,
Okay.
"Hello, gentlemen."
Yep.
Gesture
Hexus
for
and
the 2
Census.
friends to follow.
I guess I'll just introduce us.
So we
Hello.
saw Floon earlier, not Raynar.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we'll sit on the side with Floon then.
Okay.
You're gonna regret that.
Floon, you can tell and you can smell it on his breath that Floon is definitely a few drinks in, a few drunks in, and he looks over at you. And I don't know how often you've seen people that are pissed drunk, but there's
Yeah.
just deadness in their eyes usually, and he looks over at you with this look, and he's like, "Hello there, beautiful."
Okay.
As Tarun sits down, Census, what are you doing?
I'm just gonna look at the new well-dressed person and greet them like I would anyone of like equal rank or title.
Mhm.
Use our family name, give a good little polite bow, and sit next to my brother.
Excellent. Tarun, what did you lead with?
Hello, gentlemen, and then gesture at the new ones to allow them to introduce themselves.
Yep. The as you census as you bow towards or do whatever towards Renair, he says, "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Renair Neverember, and Hexus and Census. I mean, obviously Neil, you know this, but Hexus and Census, you both hear the name Neverember, and both of you know that that was once the the open lord of Waterdeep,
Yeah.
and the name Renair is actually his son, but he introduces himself like that.
I'm not gonna acknowledge it. I'm
Yep.
just gonna treat him normally, I suppose.
Just gonna be polite. Just nice to meet
Uh,
you.
Yep. Um, yeah, so we'll Valo will start speaking with Tarun, and he'll say, "I'm so glad to see you. I have your papers." And he begins rummaging through his bag, and he will hand you the deed that has been officiated by a magister of Waterdeep.
And I'm going to use my scroll case because I believe I have one. Yes, I have a scroll case just for this occasion. I have two,
Yep.
but just for this one occasion.
Yep.
I'll
And
put
you,
it in there nice and neat. Make sure it's probably airtight, watertight, because
Yep.
yeah,
Scroll case.
Put it
Yeah.
in, and he says,
perfect.
"Well, congratulations."
Thank you. I hope you didn't have to use too much of your coin in there. They said they might have to borrow some.
Renair kind of does this with his hand, and he says, "It's no problem. You saved my life after all."
Oh, speaking of lives, you were right about the haunting, Volo. And
was.
Renair says this with like a smile on his face. Yes, I was face to face with it. I didn't get to see it, but
His
Hexus?
mouth
Oh,
drops open.
I wanna like look over. I was like, actually, I think I was more face to face with it.
Yes, Hexus could see it, from what I could tell. And well, I chased it all the way back up to that tower we couldn't open?
Wait! You're talking too fast.
Sorry.
Let me get to this straight. You have seen the ghost?
Well, it showed a form and tried to scare me, but yes, it threw a chair. I
He
got very pissed at it and chased it all
plops
the way back.
down. He plops down in his seat, and you can see that his gears are turning in his brain. You kind of broke Valo for a second.
Oh, I do need information on the previous owner. The previous one to have anyone who might have died there. I'm trying to figure out if I can figure out its name.
Valo kind of says, "Wait, what am I doing? My book!" And he reaches down into his bag and he pulls out a different book that you guys haven't seen yet. And on the front of it, it is crudely written, and you can see pages are sticking out of it, and it's just as big as the other one, but it looks a lot more of a mess. And crudely carved into it, it says "Volo's Guide to Spirits and Specters," and he throws it on the table, flips through some pages, and he begins pulls out an ink quill, licks it, dips it in the ink. "Tell me everything."
Okay, so we started out in the we were in the tavern room, right? And we were talking about upgrade, how to repair it, and how to. I was going for the more haunted feel for it because that's what we got to work with, and that would be cheaper given our resources. And it threw a chair.
You say it threw a chair.
It
Before we-
launched it into a wall.
Before we continue, I would like to be noted as a reference on this book.
Oh, yeah, yes, of course. Let me take both of your statements.
And would this experience possibly give me a little discount? You help me, I help you on
a
your other
persuasion.
book. Oh
To
boy.
be fair, we might
You
be
are
able to
you
get
aren't
you.
unaware, Brayden, but this is the cheapest motherfucker you've ever met in your life.
I'm going to help them by specifying, we could even get you a one-on-one interview with it if this goes well.
All right, make it with advantage, since Tarun is trying to aid you.
So,
Okay.
16.
Nah,
16?
still 16.
He says, a discount, you say? And this is almost like you can tell that this is almost a thought that's never occurred to him.
What's the discount?
And he says, well, I guess I could give it to you for a 10 gold.
A big discount.
Yeah, I pull out a platinum piece and I slide it over to him. I'm like, sold.
Yep. So by the way, Tarun and Oliver, that's how much he tried to sell the book for in the beginning. But you slide your platinum piece across the table, and Valo daintily picks it up and looks it over, and he says, "Well, next round of drinks is on the me." And immediately, Renair reaches across the table and snatches it out of his hand, and he says, "Valo, you've racked up enough of a tab here." Yeah, well, you know, and he takes his hat off and begins spinning it off the table. But he will take both of your statements, quote unquote.
I will be as matter of fact of what happened, but with that slight bardish charm and how I describe it to be extra clear.
Yeah, literally just got your message, Chris. Did you want to interject something?
I was going to interject before they started giving all this info. I think they kind of picked up on it that we may have a bargaining chip with Volvo.
Yeah, okay.
I come in with all the beers as they've done this.
Yes,
I'll
yes,
kind of
it's
infer
okay.
that they have not
Right.
just given all this information willingly, but have kind of come to some sort of. But I'll put all the beers down and see Renan and say, "Oh, Renan, good to see you, my friend. I suspect the next round is on you then, perhaps." And I want to pay particular attention to if he remembers being like, "Oh yeah, if you guys ever need a favor, like hit me up," type of thing.
Okay. He, looks at you and gives you a warm smile, and he says, "Absolutely, your drinks are on me tonight."
Oh, why you're too kind.
Appreciate it, friend. It's good to see you in high spirits.
While Tarun is giving his statement, once again, Floon, the other redhead, will lean over towards Hexus and say, "Hey,
Hello.
you look kind of smart."
Thank you.
Flirting with a brick.
He says, how about I buy you a drink?"
I think Renair is covering everybody's drink.
He says, "Oh, don't worry, I got it." And he leans back in his chair, and he has on this like massive cod piece. And he sticks his hand down in his drawers and he pulls out a coin purse, and he pulls out a coin and slides it across the table towards you.
Pixie, swap seats with me.
What do you say?
I just died!
Tapped finger as well.
He said, "Dude, swap seats." I'm on the fucking floor. That was great. Oh God!
I love the
You have inspiration.
Yeah,
the
dude.
immediateness of That reaction.
Oh my
is
god, I got a head
rock.
rush. That was hilarious. Whew.
Oh, what kind of coin is it?
It's like a silver piece.
Okay, I'll take the silver piece and I'll swap seats with him.
Yeah, so you notice you pick up on this census and you quickly swap seats with him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I am.
So immediately, Floon's interest now shifts towards you. I love
know.
your earrings. They're
Thank you,
beautiful.
dear. Would you like to buy some?
Excuse me. You sell jewelry?
I make jewelry.
Oh my.
I know.
A craftsman. And he like takes your hand.
I'm very good with my hands.
All right, fade on that one.
But I want to interject. He is very skilled. He's made several things, as you can see. Just like totally like
Oblivious.
yeah.
Nah, but just to put the face up, I'm not trying to fuck Floon. I'm just trying to get him away from my brother.
Right. No, that's
So
fine.
if I take this
You're-
interest step, so be it. I'll follow
Yeah,
that
yeah.
grade.
That was great.
All
No,
right.
a
awesome.
soldier.
That was that. I mean, I'm getting more out of y'all's two characters right now than I probably will for the rest of the game. Like I'm learning so much about you guys, which is great.
Magna.
Untapped Tinder pickup lines.
Hey,
Oh, man.
you look so smart.
I'm not.
Oh, that's beautiful. All right, whew, pull ourselves.
Oh, damn
So,
it.
as you are kind of chatting with Valo, is there anything specific that you guys wish to get out of Renair or Valo? Valo doesn't know anything about who used to live there.
Well, I would bring up. I'm actually thinking of. Well, since it's in a very different quarter and there's not really any taverns there nearby, of perhaps setting up one, renovating it and making a tavern there. It is a market that there does seem to be appeal for, and that does. Although the haunted thing, unless we spin it our way, it's a bit of a, issue.
It would be nice to have a tavern there, certainly.
Think of calling it the Tapped Spirits.
He lowers his gaze at you and grins, and he says, "That's a good name." But I forgot to mention, Hexus, he did give you a copy of Volo's guide, and as you open up to the first page, there's just this elegant V, and it spells out Volothamp, Gedarm.
Nice.
Jesus.
So you do have a copy of Volo's Guide to Monsters. This big, hefty tome. You could use it as a weapon if you wanted to.
I mean, with enough catapult, although you might not have a lot of book.
But is there anything else you guys want to talk to Volo about, or Floon, or Renair?
Yeah.
I do want to mention to Chris, or I'm sorry, that's fuck me, to Oliver and that Neverember might be a great like catapult to help starting this bar, if he's willing to get in on the ground level. You know what I mean?
Suppose you're probably right. Renee, you heard that we're possibly starting up a tavern, and though I appreciate you covering our drinks tonight, we have incurred losses in our pursuit of triumph and making sure everyone got home safe. And Oliver's like kind of visibly broken up, trying to like muster his way through this after what happened. He's like,
I'm gonna place a hand on their shoulder, kind of like, "We got this," sort of inspiring.
Being from the North Ward, I think this place would be an excellent location for a tavern. Perhaps someone of your regard and name and business aptitude would perhaps like to be a partner, get on at the ground floor, so to speak. Help us in this venture as we start it up.
Why don't you make a persuasion check, and you have a bardic inspiration as well?
Okay.
Right, you
I'll
did
give
get
you.
one?
I'll donate my
Yes.
inspiration for this as well.
Okay, so you
Well,
have.
because I'm
currently have-
also going to put in, and to be fair, it is an untapped intrigue we have with an actual spirit accompanying the place, drawing in people, and there is also the fact that if we do get it started, we do know clientele already that would seem very interested.
Oh
A
yeah.
couple of the locals we spoke with.
Make your persuasion check with advantage with a d6 added. Let's see how you get.
Come on. I believe in the me that believes in you.
Was that the
Jesus.
persuasion check? It's of 18?
That's a banana.
18 straight up plus with the inspiration was
Right.
19.
19.
You forgot the extra dice.
Oh
The
yeah, you have
advantage.
advantage.
Roll once more just to
Roll
see.
once more just to see. Yeah, right. Like you said, you could get a crit. Oh! That just changed the course of the campaign. So he will say, he'll kind of look over at you, and while you were speaking and trying to like spit out like what happened, and obviously he'd heard, like, Volo's the biggest fucking mouth on the block, so obviously he's already heard about this. So he's nodding and understanding. And when you kind of finish your pitch, he says, "My funds are a bit tied up right now." He kind of says anxiously, but I do know where you're coming from. And, you know, what money that I can scrounge up, I'd be willing to help you. A partner, of course.
Of course.
Oh yeah, I'll lean to Rune and of
I
course.
shake hand like
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he'll take both of your hands earnestly, like both hands shake your hand. Like, obviously I know what you're going through, but like also you saved my lives, you saved my life, like I will do that. I will try my best to do this for you, basically is what he's saying. And Valo says, "Well, this is just the great news. All of my friends are now friends, and we can all be friends together." He says, as you can tell, he's had a couple drinks too.
God damn it.
Now I'll just like quickly dart my eyes to Census and just see if like he caught this exchange type of thing.
Yeah, I'm just keeping Floon entertained, and I'm mostly listening to your conversation.
Loon is enamored.
And while they're talking, I want to kind of wander over to the people standing by the pit
Yeah.
and just kind of like run their ear off, just like ask them like about the dungeon down there and like
Sure,
who's gone
so-
down there.
so,
what stuff's been found.
Most of the people that you have spoken to don't really know much, but you managed to find your way over to the bar where there is a barkeep, and he looks buff. His sleeves are rolled up. He's got like a big like handlebar mustache, slick back hair. He's kind of older. Um,
Oh
And he
yeah,
says-
brother.
yeah, and he says, "So you're asking me about the pits, eh?
I am. Yes, I'm very interested.
I've been down there once or twice.
Have you? What's down there?
Under a mountain." He says with like a look of like, "I seen some shit." Like when people say Vietnam.
Oh yeah, I've heard of the Undermountain. It's supposed to be this sprawling underground dungeon that no one's found the bottom of yet.
He nods and says, "That's the one. Yeah, the portal." And he'll point to the big pit on the ground. It used to be part of the wizard that made it. It's part of his tower.
Very interesting. How did you come upon this place?
Well, I decided that one day I was going to make my way into the dungeon with a couple of friends of mine. And, well, to be quite frankly, we kicked some ass. Found a bit of coin. Treasures and magical items and the such. Made our way back up.
Put this place on
And,
top of it?
I used the money that I made from all of my exploits and bought this tavern.
It's a very nice place.
You never find a better place on the Sword Coast.
Well, it's a very interesting story. Maybe I'll have to go down there someday.
He gives you a skeptical look, like you got to be at least 6th level to get in there, buddy. and
You
and
gotta be at least this high in your magic.
yeah, that's
Your
exactly
magic's gotta
right.
be this high.
I
I'm
mean, he's
standing
an
there with my
adventurer
seeing
too.
little spell book.
Yeah. He's an adventurer too. He's like 18th level or some shit. So he knows. He knows
He's
where
got a
you're
lot of attacks.
Yes, he does. They've seen him in action with his magical sword called Grimvault. But you wander back to the table after a while.
Yeah.
After maybe an hour or two, Renair will say his congratulations. He will say that it has been a pleasure to meet Census and Hexus. He will bid Floon adieu, who is now hanging limply off of Census's shoulder, and he will bid his adieu if anyone has anything they want to say to him before he goes.
Oh, I would like to,
Late for
in
Noble.
Renair, if you ever need any help with how things gone in after your last incident, our doors will always be open to you, even if currently they're not in the best shape.
He nods. He says, "I know where to find you," and kind of smirks.
We will not back.
Yep. All right.
Good, friend. Thank you.
After a few more drinks, Floon will let me ask Census this. How long do you hold up this flirtation with Floon, or does it eventually devolve into just casual talking?
I definitely try to steer it towards less hitting on him after I've gained his attention at first.
Attention. Yeah. Okay. After a while, you realize that there are somebody's walking through with a drink in this tight kind of tables between you, and he like brushes up against Floon, and it's as if like there was a magnet. His face immediately turns away from yours and directly locks onto this guy that just brushed on him, and he looks over at you and says, "Excuse me, dear," and he stands up and stumbles towards this guy. As now it is just you and Valo sitting at the table.
Yeah.
And Vala will say, "Have you to Hexus and Census? Have you heard of these two right here?"
No, not a bit. We just met them since they moved in. We live 3 or 4 doors down. Well, you were there.
He says, "Oh, well, look at this!" And he reaches into his pouch, pulls out a newspaper. It's the Waterdeep Gazetteer, and he flops it on the table and opens to the 3rd page, and it says something, I can't remember what it is, but it's basically like amateur adventurers find Zentarum hideout and save Lord Neverember. Basically, that's what it says.
I was wondering why a noble of his regard was slumming it with us, I suppose. Definitely makes more sense
In
now.
the middle of that, he says, "Well, that's just how Renair is." And then he says, "But this," and he slides the paper across towards Hexus and Census, like together. And he says, "This is them." And as you gaze over it, it basically explains that it's from the cops' perspective, it's from the City Watch's perspective, and also they took a statement from Renair. But it basically says, at such and such time, these amateur heroes, no names, found a Zentarum warehouse where they were hiding illegal goods and weapons and shit, and ended up taking out the subduing the Zentarum and saving Lord Neverember, who had been kidnapped for ransom.
Does it say how many adventurers there were?
No.
Okay.
What's this? What are these group names? Zimtarum, Sublublum, whatever this was.
They are currently the reason for more increased violence in the streets, basically gangs using the sewers.
I see.
Apparently, the Gentam and the Xanathars are 2 warring guilds or gangs that have been responsible for the increased amount of violence in the streets these last 10 days.
As far as I could tell, the Xanathar are some fucked up shit. You remember that creature that we met
Yeah,
fighting?
I saw.
Uh, that was we found that on the route to there, and that wasn't the weirdest thing we found.
That's
What was the weirdest thing you found?
It's between the thing with tentacles on the mouth and the thing it sent at us that looks to be a brain with legs.
Ah,
So, you know,
I kind of like open the book and like flip through and see if I find anything similar to that.
Make an investigation check.
Alrighty.
This is a hefty, hefty tome.
don't forget to check the index. I'll inspire.
All right.
I'm about to go to sleep. I have a lot of inspiration I haven't
That's
used.
true. Okay.
Add a
D6
D6.
to that. Oh yeah.
16.
Okay, so 16. 16, yeah. So as you're flipping through the pages, you come across a lot of wild creatures that you cannot imagine are real. Like it seems impossible that some of these creatures are real. There's one that's like a gigantic frog with tentacles coming out the sides, and it has 3 eye stalks and this big
Freaking
mouth, and it eats people whole. It's like that doesn't exist. Um,
El snail.
He made it up.
right. There's a yes, exactly. It's just a bunch of strange ass creatures, frogmen and stuff. But you begin flipping through it, and you come across an entry that is kind of creepy and kind of scary. But the sketches on the page show a figure, long limbs, and the mouth like an octopus. Um, and it says above it mind flare, and then on a separate page right next to it there is this some kind of I can't even describe it to you. How strange this like machine or something is, and floating inside of it is this gargantuan brain with little tentacles coming out of it, and above it it says elder brain, as they're both like side by side. And you think that's what he was describing?
And I want to point to the elder brain, and I was like, and this had legs.
No, it was like the size of a human brain, and it had little like quadruped legs on it, and it was like held by the creature before it was sent out. It looked like it was trying to get into Oliver's. It knocked Oliver unconscious, and it looked like it was trying to get into their head.
I want to read through the mind flayer entry and see.
It
just
will
got-
take. There is a
Might not
lot.
have.
There's a solid 3 pages of information. So it will take a second to like really fully understand what's going on with mind flayers.
Yeah, well, I'm just like, while everybody else is drinking and having fun, I'm having water and just flipping through the
Studying.
pages.
Yeah. Excellent.
Also, Volo, you do not have to sing our praises, so
Well, what? You're heroes. Well, I don't know.
Volo,
perhaps
could,
we are. And I'm gonna give Volo a kiss on the forehead, forgetting I have lipstick on.
Right. There's now a big
Yeah.
purple
Yes.
thing on his head. What were you gonna say, Oliver?
Volo, would you mind getting us all another round and kind of just to Volo? I think it's still under Renee's tab.
Oh,
Trying
Vala-
to convince him because I know
Yeah.
how cheap this
Vala
fucker
says,
is.
"Oh, I catch your drift," and he begins wandering away.
And as Volo leaves kind of more quietly to the group, I'll say, Tarun, maybe you can confirm this as well, but when we were investigating the Gentom and the Xanathars, there's mention of a stone of galore. It's something about Neverember and how all of these lost dragons could be found with this stone. Have you heard of that before? Does that ring any bells?
Everyone is privy to this conversation.
Can I
When he
make,
mentions it, I definitely look at Hex's. Have you heard of that?
Can I make
No,
like a history or an arcana?
You haven't heard of it. You've never heard of it before in your life.
Gotcha.
Well, I don't know about the stone itself, but if you want to find a vault, you want either some sort of map leading to it or a key. So it's probably one of those 2 things. Maybe some weird wizardly door you gotta shove a rock in. That
There
sounds
are weird wizardly doors.
Apparently, the Gentarum thought that Daggelt, Renair, that one fellow, his father, Daggelt, had embezzled a large amount of gold when he was the Open Lord. And these dragons, they could be found with this artifact, and the artifact was called a Stone of Galore, but I haven't really made any headway on it, really.
Curious.
Yeah, and that's a little strange to the both Census and Hexus because that's like a rumor. Like that's not never been confirmed or anything.
Yeah. It's like wives' tale. Oh, he was embezzling money. But like
Yes, exactly.
everybody, they at least know that
Yes.
part of it was because he couldn't keep his eyes off Neverwinter.
That's right. Yeah,
You
the
think this
main
is-
the main thing is that he couldn't keep his eyes off of Neverwinter. Yes, that's true.
Is this just nothing then? Is this just rumors?
It could be, could not be. Sometimes rumors are founded in truth.
Everything's a rumor until it's confirmed.
True.
Everyone has their dirt and their locks they want to keep hidden to get into who they truly are. So,
Well,
embezzlement doesn't sound that out of the question for someone who didn't care for the city.
I don't know. We've been looking at it. We found Renair. We found Floon. Maybe it's over. Maybe part of me is just hoping that there's more to this whole thing, but I don't know. I thought it was worth mentioning.
Lots
Whenever
of
you
gold
have,
is definitely worth interesting.
well, whenever you find yourself happening across a potential target, the first for learning more information or anything you want out of it, in this case, certainly adventure, you've got to keep an eye out, an ear open, and make sure you know, and make sure you look for the next clue, next sign, the tell that'll get you in.
Hmm.
I don't think this was our tell yet.
Maybe not.
Well, in the meantime, we have something interesting to look into.
Yes. I made the kind of pass. Is Volo heading back by now?
So as you look over at Volo, you can see that he is in a slightly heated debate with Durnan at the moment. The barkeep.
Good.
It's
Okay,
either
I
about
need to-
monsters or money.
or both.
But as you do look up, though, you see coming down from the second floor onto the first floor a familiar face, Tarun. It is a half-orc woman wearing some armor. You can see this time she does have her mace on her hip. And she begins wandering down the stairs, heading right towards you guys' table.
Yagra!
Yeah.
he'll,
As
like-
she approaches, she will say, Tarun, and slap you on the back. Yeah, it takes the breath right the fuck out of you.
To the two new friends, this is Yagra. When our whole adventure began, she was the one dealing with folks pulling out weapons in a fist fight.
Oh, distasteful.
Yeah.
That she couldn't handle.
What's your names?
Well,
Um,
I'm Hexus, and this is
Census. We're the youngest of the Gemini estate.
You see her face change. She says, "You're the Gemini twins."
indeed we are.
Couple of friends of mine, they're real interested in your work.
Oh,
Do tell.
Well, and you can see she's kind of, well, we've heard about your skill and
It happens, man. Don't worry.
so he says, or she says, we've heard a rumor about your skill in acquisitions. How
It's
you
true.
brought back a couple of artifacts from the desert.
Yes.
Yeah, a couple of friends of mine are real interested in your kind of work.
Well, we
Were
have
they
really nothing
looking
better to do right now.
looking to hire?
Well, actually, and she turns back to Tarun. That's why I wanted to talk to you.
Ah, business then.
Yeah, I am real sorry about leaving so abruptly the other night. And
No problem.
due to the whole incident, I thought I'd lay low for a couple of days.
That is completely fine. Uh, since then, a lot has happened on my plate as well. I hadn't been able to check up on you. Apparently, me and Oliver here own a manor, a broken down one, but what
She
can you
kind of
expect from Volo?
from Volo, huh?
It's got an actual ghost in it of some sort.
She blinks a little bit, and
Yeah,
she
welcome
changes
to
the subject. She says,
fair.
"I heard about your bust of the Zentarum hideout."
Yes, it was. Well, it seemed it had been already dealt with. The papers kind of oversell it slightly.
Yeah, she puts her hands on her hips and she says, "What were you thinking?"
Well, there was a someone kidnapped, and heading in, it looks like there was both the only life we found that it was Kenku, Zentarum, and those beholders were. Not my brain is melting. I don't know why I even said that. Oh yeah, Gazer. That's why those other Xanatharan folk are.
She says, "Well,
The
that's not what the paper says."
papers will say what they think. I wish it was
She
a bit
says,
more clear.
"Well, regardless, I'm impressed." She says, "Not just for the bar for the fight the other night, but a couple of friends of mine, the same friends." She says as she looks back over at Hexus and Census. She says, "Well, they're also impressed in your work." She says, "That's really all. Just a couple of my good friends are looking out, watching you.
Ah,
That's all."
that is fair, I suppose. With any time an amateur adventurers get to the paper, there's something to keep an eye out for.
I
Yeah.
wanna I wanna whisper to Census and be like, is she hitting on us?
I'm just gonna be like, I don't think so, but I've been
Okay.
wrong before.
She
It's
says,
ticking all the flags that you told me. Like if they said they're paying attention to you,
Yeah,
and
no,
if they're
on paper, yeah, we're pretty close. Nah,
she is continuing her conversation with Tarun. She says, uh, just, are you guys looking for work?
Always, you know me.
always.
Especially now that I am in more need of funds. I have an idea, but it'll take money to get the manor back into shape.
Well, this kind of work pays good, she'll say.
You know my language.
And she says, "Well, that's all. I hope you have a good night, and I wanted to thank you."
You're welcome to have a few drinks with us, unless you are busy, of course.
I'm on duty, she'll say.
Ah, well, best of luck.
Yep. And she will turn to leave. And as she's walking away, she is quickly replaced with Volo. However, Tarun, you watch her leave, and I guess all of you watch her leave. She goes almost like a beeline, like she knows where she's going. She goes across the room, up the stairs to the balcony, and right by, like in the center of the balcony, you can see that there is a table. And sitting around this table are uh, a group of maybe four thugs, right, with black leather armor, and two of them are like arm wrestling on one side of the table, and you can see that Yagro starts heading up towards this table, and sitting in this near the middle of the table with his feet kicked up onto the table and a glass of wine in his hand. You see a half-elven man, blonde hair, light skin. He is wearing very decadent clothes, but not. He's definitely not a noble. Let's see if I have a handout. I think I do. His name is fuck. What's his name? N. Nope, it's not End. God damn it! What is his name? D. Davil. There it is. Yeah, he's got long blonde hair. He's actually quite beautiful. And you can see that he is twirling a glass of wine in his hand. I'm not going to give you the handout yet. But as you all look up at him, he raises the glass and gives all of you a smile.
Will return a smile likewise, and raise my own glass in turn.
I want to like point at him and cast message
Okay.
and be like, so like, are you gonna give us a job? Like they were talking about that, but they never like specified. Is this like a secret thing?
You do not get any response.
I want to do it again. Do the same thing. In case
Oh no!
Make a persuasion check. I'm gonna give you disadvantage. No, you can't help him. I'll give you disadvantage.
I ain't even trying.
Okay. Yeah, disadvantage, unfortunately. All right, you get no response again.
Can I use my inspiration on
Only a frustrated look. Yes, you can.
Is that still?
exactly the same?
It's looking exact same. All right,
Dice
so
gods say no.
yep. So he he just gives you a not as happy look from across the bar.
Well, likely they'll approach us.
Bald
When...
alive.
All right. Yep.
So it's his future work.
Yep. And
And,
Valo also approaches, but you can see Oliver. You can see behind Valo, with his back to you. You see some like metal armor and a glimmering blue battle axe, magical as hell. Strapped across this metal armor. There's this shaggy, kind of sandy blonde hair, and you would recognize the back of this head to be Maloon War Dragon.
Ooh.
Yep. But Valo returns to the table, and he says, "That damn darnin'!" He says, Renier already cashed out!
Oh dear, that is unfortunate, is it? That's too bad. I'm so sorry to hear that. He says very sarcastically.
Yes. And Valo kind of shrugs his shoulder and then sticks his hand into his, like, he's got, like, these big doubloons on or whatever, like these big pants. Well, I don't know what they're called. And he pulls the pockets out and a little moth flies out. And he says, "Well, I guess that's it for me tonight."
That looked staged. Do you keep moths in your pants?
He says, "A magician never reveals his secrets." And he gives you a grandiose bow and says, "I will see you again, eh?"
That's perhaps.
We will.
Very
yes.
soon, and that will. Say, oh, by the way, you might want to check your forehead, and give a wink.
Yeah, he gives you a smile, but like, what? And then he waddles away. True Valo fashion.
Still the mark on
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. He starts rubbing his forehead on the other side. And you are all left alone in the Yawning Portal Tavern with just each other.
Well, are we ready to head home for the night?
If
We're
you
getting
are,
there.
I will be. I do want to say, since we had such a unusual introduction, and I say that when I met them in a bar fight, where a troll showed up.
Yes, I am pleased to meet both of your acquaintances, and well, hopefully our relationship can prosper from here. And I'll kind of put my mug forward to like cheers what's left with everyone else.
So not to impose too much, but it seems like things are moving in the same direction for both of our little duos. Maybe we should work together in the future for any kind of quests that may drop in our lap or
Oh,
work or anything like that. This is all very awkward, but we
I
could
was
all
literally planning
benefit.
on proposing the same thing to you.
Fantastic. We're both on the same page.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm
We
very
were-
interested to see how your bar turns out, and I'm also very interested in earning some more money.
Most certainly.
So
I wanna look to Tarun and I'd be like, I wanna just kind of mirror what he said. So be like, so not to impose, but like it seems like we're both going in the same direction.
I'm gonna look at them and be like,
I'm
"Are
really
twins
interested.
usually this in sync?"
I'm I'm really interested in the future of your bar, and I wanted to know,
Ah,
would you want to like camp out for that ghost tonight?
that sound. You know what? That sounds wonderful.
Like an adventure.
I'm definitely open to having partners for the tavern, but I'm afraid I must insist on the name once it comes to fruition, if that's all right with you, gentlemen.
It's all right with me.
sure.
What name would you go? The current name we're going with, or you have one of your own?
Just thinking more of a note to our friend. Stillness's Tavern. I think has a bit of a ring to it, don't you think?
I do, personally.
My heart! Who would have guessed?
Phyllis is his spirit.
Oh!
Brilliant, my friend.
That's it.
And
Really?
to
That's
that,
it.
to,
Oh,
like
yeah.
everyone thing needs alliteration, a pun, and it's an honor. I'm just
That's
gonna.
it right there. Booyah.
The Phyllis is his spirit.
Yep.
Where
And
the quote then?
We flash freeze on that, and we'll fade out for the night.
That was great. Fuck. Chris, that was fucking great.
Great session, y'all.
Great.
Yeah.
I was hoping you would insist. I was like, wait, am I
Oh,
about to
yeah.
make? Because that was my backup name. But like, would Tarun want to bring? Because Tarun's not the one to like approach that. But if given that he's running with
It's
it.
beautiful. I love it. It's so good.
Oh, that was so well done.
Rain, thanks for joining, man. I loved Hexus. That was a great character.
Thanks. I'm glad to be here. You guys are great.
Our duos are gonna. We're gonna keep. Our duos are gonna like fuse and just be.
Yeah. All the
I can tell.
inner relationships. I'm ready. I'm excited. That's the kind of shit I live for. So I did it, guys. I fucking did it.
Amazing.
I did it, and it was seamless too.
It was.
There were, I just so there is in this adventure, the first couple of times that I've run it, it has a very rigid structure to it, which was really great for if you're a new DM and you don't really like. This is the first adventure I ever run, so it's really good for like structure and like getting all your ducks in a row, making a plot happen. But there is some elements of it that are just like you kind of have to do this in order for the plot to develop. And when I first started running it, it was like, well, we're here to play D&D, just follow my plot, right? But obviously now I'm way fucking better at it, and I'm gonna make you want to follow the plot. But for example, today, where I was just like, all right, let's meet the neighbors, right? I was like, that's our mission for this session. It's just because I don't want you guys to like look all over Waterdeep and try to find a blacksmith shop or a weapon, whatever. You got it all right in your neighborhood. I just wanted you guys to know that this is your area that you can work in. Obviously, it's a wide city and you can go wherever you want. But like, if you need to go to blacksmith, go to the one right down the street from your house. Shit like that.
Yeah.
Shop local.
Yeah, shop local. Exactly.
Easy tools in the sandbox. Always
Yeah,
great.
but right, and that's the only reason that because it did feel a little bit like let's meet the neighbors. But I promise once I think after that I can kind of feel it out a little more. it's also difficult because I just introduced 2 new characters and like there was a whole lot going on. But I did it. It worked out pretty good.
Flawlessly. I
We
felt-
really
Yeah.
needed an RP heavy session, and this is what it was.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Totally. Totally. Well, get ready, buckle up because it's gonna be like this for a long time.
That's fine.
Yeah. So get ready.
Lovely.
But yeah. All right. Cool. So I guarantee you next week will not feel as like structured. It's gonna be like fun and free, and we're gonna do all kinds of stuff. But it sounds like you guys want to go some ghost hunting. That
Yep.
sounds
I mean, this is not my intention for Tarun to be able to do, but the thing is, Tarun is like, I have been remember when I said Tarun's like, they just feel they deserve a lot more than they were given?
sure.
They have been this is rightfully their place, and now there's a ghost telling him to get the fuck out.
Yeah. Yeah. That
Like,
goes.
this is my tavern.
Yeah. All right.
Is
No,
it
I get it. I
Syphilis'
get it.
spirit? Not yours.
I get it. Absolutely.
Now I've got
Um,
alarm in my spell book, so we're ready for the long.
I
haul.
got one last turn off ready for that ghost if they want it.
All right. Awesome. All right. So we will converge again next week, where we have a sleepover. And so D&D. And yeah. All right.
Maybe I won't pee myself this time.
Yeah.
I
Maybe.
promise.
I don't think we have a working bathroom. You'll have to use an outhouse somewhere else.
That's fine.
Yep. Oh, but that's that was something I was gonna mention. Fuck, what was it?
We don't have plumbing.
I just remembered it, but then I forgot. Fuck. All right, whatever. It's something. I can't
I don't
remember.
have anything else in my bag that I need to deal with.
I was about to say something, and it was like I wanted to say it, and it was important, but I can't remember what it was. Drugs. Oh, there's a little special treat that I added to the intro.
Oh, cool.
Just so you guys, other than our 2 new characters, there's a special little treat that I
I'm gonna
added.
be excited for that.
Exciting.
Wait, drugs? I don't like how drugs leads.
But okay, all right. Well, I'll see you guys next week. Get buckled up because this is about to get good. It's about to get real good.
It was
Oh,
already
fuck,
good.
dude,
It's just
Chapter
getting
2 is
good.
kind of boring. Chapter 2 is kind of boring. It's about to fucking put your seatbelts on, boys. We're going in. So I'll see you guys again.
Can't
Good
wait.
night, everyone.
Can't wait.
Peace out.
Bye.
Bye.